Chapter 490. Li Mu had already tested the effects of the Realm Breaker pill on Green Ox and Tiger King before. After all, it was just advancing from the 4th realm to the 5th realm. As long as one's spiritual power reached the peak of the 4th realm, breaking through was just a matter of taking a pill. However, advancing from the 5th realm to the 6th realm was not so easy. No one could refine pills of that level at the moment, and they also lacked the materials. Otherwise, if Li Mu sent Phantom Princess to the 6th realm with a single pill, who in the Thousand Fox Nation would dare to object? There were many demons under Hu Jiao and Hu Lu who were stuck at the peak of the 4th realm. It would have taken them a few years, a decade, decades, or even a lifetime to cross this step. After taking the Realm Breaker pill, more than a dozen of them successfully advanced in 3 days. Those who did not advance also had their spiritual power greatly improved. As long as they cultivated well, they would break through in these 2 years. Li Mushuan then asked Huan Ji for more medicinal herbs to refine some pills that could increase the dermic powers of the demons. He also raised the overall strength of the demons under her command. In this way, the strength of the Thousand Fox country was finally restored to its former peak. In addition, Li Mu also built a new imperial court for the Thousand Fox Nation according to the personnel structure of the Great Zhou Court. Their previous management was too chaotic. In the future, the demon division would each perform their own duties, and the power would eventually be concentrated in Phantom Princess' hands. There would not be a situation where the Empress's power was just a figurehead. The officials of the demon division would be the demons under her whose cultivation had improved. This group of people was personally promoted by her and could be considered her first batch of direct subordinates. Compared to the previous elders of the Meizong sect, they were absolutely loyal to Phantom Princess and did not have any other intentions. On a flattened mountain peak in the Thousand Fox Nation, Li Mu carefully engraved formation patterns on a huge spiritual jade. Phantom Princess stood beside him with her hands behind her back and stuck her head out to observe. She did not know what Li Mu was doing, but she did not ask. In any case, she knew that everything Li Mu did was for her. There was a mirror erected in front of Li Mu. The reflection in the mirror wasn't Li Mu. Instead, it was the Empress and Ting Xian. Ting Xian, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai would also occasionally come over to take a look. Although Li Mu was constantly facing the monocular, which made him feel uncomfortable all over, this was the Empress's order, so he couldn't disobey. Otherwise, it would seem that he had a guilty conscience. It was not easy to inscribe runes on a spiritual jade. The slightest ripple of magic power would cause the entire spiritual jade to be destroyed. Li Mu was completely focused. The sweat on his forehead was about to drip into his eyes. Phantom Princess took out a handkerchief from her bosom and was about to wipe Li Mu's sweat when an angry voice came from the Thousand Li mirror. "Stop." Bai Tingxin looked at her angrily through the monocular. Huan Ji's lips curled up. She didn't care and continued to help Li Mu wipe away his sweat. In the 1,000 Miles mirror, Bai Tingxin tugged at Zhou Yi's sleeve and said, "Sister Empress, look at her." Zhou Yi's expression was indifferent. She wasn't an impulsive woman like Ting Xian. Mr. Mei had already advised her. Although Li Mu was now in the Thousand Fox Nation, everything he did was for the imperial court and for her. Even if she was angry, she couldn't show it. She couldn't lose her composure as the Empress of the Great Zhou in front of that vixen. On the mountain peak, Illusion Princess put away her handkerchief and said to Li Mu, "Do you want to consider it? Why don't you just stay here? I can give you a bigger residence. You can choose any of the women from the Demon Kingdom's 100 races. You can also take any of the spiritual jades and spiritual herbs in the treasury. I'll also help you bring your little maid and little fox here. Don't you think it's better for your little fox to live here?" Xiao Bai poked her head over and said, "I'm not going. Benefactor, don't agree to it." Li Mu shook his head and said to Phantom Princess, "That's impossible." Phantom Princess didn't say anything. She looked into the mirror and met Zhou Yi's gaze. The two empresses of the nation, separated by thousands of miles, still clashed fiercely with each other. There was a hint of provocation in Phantom Princess's eyes. Zhou Yi's expression was still indifferent. However, her hands hidden in her sleeves were already clenched. She snorted coldly in her heart. She would let her be proud for a few more days. When this matter was over, the demon nation would be Li Mu's forbidden land. She wouldn't let Li Mu go to the demon nation again. He would never see that vixen again. This was her last bit of pride. She was the empress of the great show. She had to be calm. She couldn't be angered by this wild fox. Phantom Princess looked at Zhou Yi, then suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, "The other thing I said, do you want to reconsider? Isn't being the empress of the Thousand Fox Nation better than being someone else's subject?" Zhou Yi couldn't remain calm after stealing her man in front of her. Her eyes flashed coldly as she angrily said, "Vixen, how dare you?" Through the monocular, Phantom Princess was naturally not frightened by Zhou Qiong. She asked, "Am I wrong? One is a subject, working like a cow or a horse. The other is an empress, working like a cow or a horse. Smart people know which one to choose. This fox simply wanted to see the world in chaos." Li Mu glared at her and said, "A real man can support the heavens and the earth. How can I be a woman's empress?" "Give up on this idea." Phantom Princess crossed her arms and said, "You said it yourself. If you become someone else's empress in the future, I'll be the first to look down on you." Zhou Yi said coldly, "What does this have to do with you?" Phantom Princess looked at her and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want him to be your empress too?" Seeing Zhou Yi's chest heaving up and down, Bai Tingxin put away the mirror and comforted her, "Empress sister, don't be angry. We won't argue with that vixen. Vixens like to seduce people. You have to believe in him." Xiaobai stood beside her and said with grievance, "Not all vixens like to seduce people. It would have been better if she didn't mention this." When she mentioned this, Bai Tingxin glared at her and said, "You still have the face to say this? You're a disgrace to all vixens. If you knew how to seduce people, you would have a nest of little vixens. What would that wild fox outside do?" On a lonely peak in the Thousand Fox Kingdom, Li Mu finished carving the last stroke and let out a long sigh of relief. He buried several large pieces of spiritual jade in different places and connected them together with runes to form a formation. Finally, he activated it with his spiritual power. This large-scale spirit-gathering formation began to operate for the first time. Li Mu had set up many spirit-gathering formations in the past, but he had always used ordinary spiritual jade. He had never tried using this kind of top-grade spiritual jade. The volume of these spiritual jades was several hundred times that of ordinary spiritual jades. Even Li Mu didn't know what the effects of using these spiritual jades to set up a spirit-gathering array would be. However, since the base of the array was of such a high grade, the ability of this array to gather spiritual energy should be terrifying. The strength of the Thousand Fox Kingdom was still very weak compared to the Celestial Wolf tribe. Setting up a high-level spirit-gathering formation and allowing demons with meritorious service to cultivate here would not only spur them on, but also cultivate their loyalty. In addition, Li Mu had a little trick up his sleeve. Compared to humans, it was much more difficult for demons to cultivate. Most demons could only cultivate by guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The denser the spiritual energy in a place, the more beneficial it would be for their cultivation. Therefore, any demon with a bit of intelligence would choose to live in a place rich in spiritual energy. A spirit-gathering formation couldn't produce spiritual energy out of thin air. It could only gather the spiritual energy in the surroundings. After this large-scale spirit-gathering formation was set up, the closer to the Thousand Fox Kingdom, the denser the spiritual energy would be. The further away from the Thousand Fox Kingdom, the thinner the spiritual energy would be. Demons without intelligence would instinctively gather here, and demons of all sizes who had already begun to cultivate would also migrate here. Wouldn't it be better to let them walk into the territory of the Thousand Fox Kingdom rather than send people out to attack and occupy mountains? Li Mu's policy for the Thousand Fox Kingdom was to develop peacefully. He wanted to let the demons of all sizes know that the Thousand Fox Kingdom was different from those violent and murderous wolf pups. Phantom Princess stood beside Li Mu and said meaningfully, "You're the real fox." The moment the spirit-gathering formation was activated, many demons in the Thousand Fox Kingdom suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky. The sky was still the same, blue and cloudless. Nothing seemed to have changed, but something seemed to have changed. While the demons were puzzled, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded: spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the surroundings seems to have become denser. A demon sensed it and exclaimed in surprise, "It's true." After sensing it carefully, the demons immediately discovered the reason. The spiritual energy in the distance is gathering here. All the cultivators in the world, be it humans or monsters, were very sensitive to the changes in spiritual chi. Whether the spiritual chi was dense or thin, it had a great impact on their cultivation speed. If the spiritual chi in Xinhu Nation became denser, then their cultivation speed would be improved. At this moment, almost all the demons in the Thousand Fox Kingdom stopped what they were doing and carefully sensed the changes in the spiritual energy in the surroundings. They wanted to know how dense the spiritual energy here would be. It was related to their future cultivation. Gradually, they were shocked to find that the density of the spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to have no upper limit. It kept increasing, and the closer they got to a mountain peak, the denser the spiritual energy became. They could imagine how dense the spiritual energy in the mountain peak shrouded in mist would be. How happy would it be if they could cultivate there? The demons in the Thousand Fox Kingdom were suddenly filled with happiness. Far away from the Thousand Fox Kingdom, a transformed demon hid in a cave abode, absorbing the spiritual energy in the world with difficulty. For mountain demons and wild monsters like them, cultivation was very difficult. In the Yao Kingdom, the famous mountains and rivers with the densest spiritual energy were all occupied by powerful demon clans, such as the Celestial Wolf Clan, the Celestial Fox Clan, and the Nine Heavens Serpent Clan. Other demon clans were not allowed to touch them. The remaining places with less dense spiritual energy also fell into the hands of the Leopard Clan, the Tiger Clan, the Eagle Clan, and other powerful clans. Some of the smaller demon clans and the lone demon experts could only occupy the hills where the spiritual chi was thin. The smaller demons who were weak and did not belong to any clan could only find a place to absorb the spiritual chi in the air. The monkey demon was trying to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate as usual. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a shocked expression. Just now, he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy in the world. Although the spiritual energy here was thin, it wasn't completely absent. He tried again and found that the wisp of spiritual energy had been attracted to him, but it was sucked back by something. He tried several times, but it was the same. Spiritual energy was related to their cultivation. The monkey demon carefully walked out of the cave abode and went in the direction where the spiritual energy disappeared. At the same time, with the Thousand Fox Kingdom as the center, countless demons within a radius of hundreds of miles were slowly approaching the Thousand Fox Kingdom. Chapter 491. After setting up the large-scale spirit gathering formation in Thousand Fox Nation, Li Mu did not keep it on all the time. The spirit gathering formation was too powerful. If it was kept on 24 hours a day, the spirit chi within a radius of hundreds of kilometers would be sucked to the mountain peak. When the spirit chi reached a certain density, it might eventually turn into spirit liquid. Outside the mountain peak, there was no spirit chi to absorb. Not only that, but under normal circumstances, spirit chi would spread from high to low density. The spirit gathering formation in Thousand Fox Nation could prevent the spirit chi from dissipating. When the spirit chi from afar was drawn over, the spirit chi would become thinner. The spirit chi from further away would continue to replenish the spirit chi and be sucked away by the spirit gathering formation. With this cycle, the monsters within a radius of 1,000 kilometers did not need to cultivate at all. As long as it was kept on for 2 hours a day, the spirit gathering formation in Thousand Fox Nation and its surrounding area could be ensured. It could attract monsters to gather there but would not force them into a dead end. At this point, he had done everything he could for Phantom Princess. The domestic policies had been formulated, and she only needed to implement them step by step. Li Mu had already improved the strength of all her subordinates that could be improved. The path of cultivation depended on accumulation. He could help those who were already on the verge of a breakthrough at the critical moment, but he could not create a bunch of powerhouses for her out of thin air. After this batch of breakthroughs, Phantom Princess had used up a lot of spirit herbs in her treasury. There were no monsters with suitable cultivation levels under her command, so she would enter a long period of stagnation. However, Thousand Fox Nation was completely on the right track. As long as they patiently developed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed Tianlang Nation. At most, they would have to wait for another 2 months. When Chen Shi finished his work, Li Mu could leave the Yao Nation and return to the divine capital to reunite with the Empress. On this day, the entire Thousand Fox Nation was immersed in the joy of the increase in spirit qi. Even the elders who were in seclusion in their cave abodes felt the change in spirit qi. They all came out of their cave abodes and looked at a mountain peak not far away with burning eyes. How much effort could they save by cultivating in a place with such rich spirit qi? Everyone flew toward the mountain peak without hesitation. However, there seemed to be a formation around the mountain peak that prohibited flying. They could not get too close and could only land on the mountainside. They were about to climb up the mountainside when a figure flew over and blocked their way. A fifth realm fox demon asked, "Hu Jiu, what are you doing?" Hu Jiu glanced at him and said indifferently, "This is an important place in the Qianhu kingdom. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter." He was an elder of the fifth realm, an important figure in Thousand Fox country. Yet, he was being called a nobody. The fox demon was furious. "Hu Jiu, are you crazy? Don't you recognize me?" Hu Jiu said indifferently, "I am the commander of the Queen's first guards. Only the Queen's first guards can enter this mountain. All the miscellaneous demons can go back to where they came from." The elder raised his head and looked at the cultivation treasure land close at hand. His throat moved as he said, "All right, I'll join the Queen's guards now." Hu Jiu sneered and asked, "What do you think the Queen's guards are?" "You can be or not be. The Queen's guards are full. With your cultivation, you don't meet the criteria to make an exception. Go back." The elders were stunned. What did she mean by their cultivation level? The Heavenly Lord and First Elder Huan Yun were both in seclusion to heal their wounds, and even the Queen was only in the fifth realm. They were the mainstays of the Thousand Fox Nation and had great strength. How could they be looked down upon by Hu Jiu? Did Hu Jiu go crazy while they were in seclusion? The fifth realm elder's face darkened. He asked coldly, "Hu Jiu, does the Queen know you're so arrogant?" Hu Jiu glanced at them and said, "I'll say it again. This is an important place in Thousand Fox country. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter. If you don't leave, I won't be polite anymore." The elders were not angry. The fifth realm fox demon mocked, "Let's see how you're going to be rude." Hu Jiu flicked her finger. A beam of light shot into the sky and exploded. In the next moment, more than a dozen figures rose into the air from all over the Thousand Fox Nation and shot over, surrounding the elders. The elders were shocked when they sensed the auras of more than 10 fifth realms. When did Thousand Fox country have so many strong cultivators? What shocked them even more was that they were familiar with these new strong cultivators. Hu 18, Hu 27, Hu 36, the elders were in disbelief. Before they went into seclusion, these small demons were only at the fourth realm. How did they all become fifth realm strong cultivators like them in just a few days? What happened in the past few days when they were in seclusion? Hu Jiu sneered as she watched the elders retreat in fear. Her lips curled up. They used to ignore her, but now she was out of their league. After the elders left, they immediately asked people they knew about what happened during their seclusion. When they heard that more than 10 demons at the peak of the fourth realm were rewarded with pills by the Queen and advanced to the fifth realm, and nearly 100 of the Queen's guards improved their cultivation, they all regretted it. They only wanted to unite and demonstrate to the Queen to fight for more power. As the fifth realm strong cultivators of Thousand Fox country, their status was irreplaceable. If everyone united, it would be enough to make the Queen give in. They didn't expect the Queen to be so decisive and cultivate some people to replace them. They didn't expect the Queen to be so bold and capable. They were no longer indispensable in Thousand Fox country. Compared to the direct descendants cultivated by the Queen, they would soon lose everything they once had if they couldn't prove their value. Although they didn't want to admit it, the truth couldn't be changed. Their time had passed. Phantom Princess sent news that the elders of Meizong's sect had completely surrendered and were willing to listen to her orders. They had long been branded with the symbol of Thousand Fox Country. This was the only place they could go. They only wanted to fight for more power through that method. Now that they understood the situation, they were completely obedient. Li Mu was video chatting with the queen through the monocular. She couldn't make up her mind about some court matters and needed to discuss with Li Mu. After Zhou Yi dealt with a few memorials, she asked Li Mu, "When will you come back?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "A month at most. Thousand Fox Country doesn't have the strength to protect itself now. Once I leave, Tianlang Country will definitely make a comeback. At that time, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Your Majesty, please bear with it for a while." Sometimes, Li Mu would sigh in his heart. Was he really living a hard life? Zhou Yi, Phantom Princess, the human race, the Yao Nation, and 2 empresses had to be served by him. If he wasn't careful, the peace between the human race and the Yao Nation would be broken. He had to bear so much pressure that he shouldn't have to bear. After he ended the video call with the Queen, Phantom Princess walked in again and said, "I've thought about it. I plan to make you the state preceptor." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I don't want to be a state preceptor." The Queen was already unhappy that he helped Phantom Princess do these things. If he became her state preceptor, although he wouldn't be the Queen would still be jealous. She and Phantom Princess didn't like each other. Phantom Princess looked at Li Mu and said, "Haven't you always wanted the human race and the Yao Nation to coexist peacefully? This is an important opportunity. Because of you, Thousand Fox Country exists. You are the best bridge between the 2 races. Think about it, if you become the state preceptor of Thousand Fox Country, you will be loved and respected by the Yao Nation. Won't the Yao Nation's impression of the human race change?" Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess. Although he didn't rule out the possibility that she had other motives, what she said did make some sense. It was far from easy to resolve the conflict between the human race and the Yao Nation. If he could build a bridge between the 2 races, it would definitely be a good start. Li Mu, as the state preceptor of the Yao Nation and an important minister of the Great Zhou, could serve as the bridge between the imperial court and Thousand Fox Country to strengthen the relationship between the 2 sides. The Yao Nation was rich in elixirs that the imperial court was in short supply. The Yao Nation's elixirs, magic treasures, fulu, and other things were rare to the Yao Nation. The 2 sides could strengthen cooperation and mutual benefit. Phantom Princess looked at Li Mu and asked, "What do you think? Isn't my idea good?" It was rare for her to have a good idea. After Li Mu understood the pros and cons, he didn't refuse. However, he didn't expect Phantom Princess to be so serious about this matter. It was beyond his imagination. Not only did she gather all the Yao officials of Thousand Fox Country to hold a grand ceremony for the state preceptor, but she also had her personal guards post notices all over the streets and alleys of Thousand Fox City. Overnight, all the Yao Nation's citizens knew that they had a human state preceptor. Humans and Yao Nation couldn't coexist. They were originally resistant to this matter. However, when they saw the humans' contributions to Thousand Fox Country from the notices, this trace of resistance quickly disappeared without a trace. He was the one who helped the Queen defeat Bai Xian and regain control of Thousand Fox Country. He was also the one who used a magic treasure to stop the Blue Wolf King and save Thousand Fox Country from disaster. He was the one who set up the spirit gathering formation in the city. He allowed all the Yao Nation's citizens to bathe in rich spirit qi and greatly increased their cultivation speed. In addition, he also refined precious elixirs and helped Thousand Fox Country create a large number of powerhouses. Whether it was to the Queen or the citizens of the city, he was a great benefactor. Although the Yao Nation was born in the wilderness, they also knew how to repay kindness, especially in Thousand Fox Country, which was mostly populated by foxes. After all, there weren't many treacherous people like Bai Xian. He had done so much for the foxes, so what if he was a human? It wouldn't be too much for the Queen to erect a statue of such a person. Li Mu thought that Illusion Princess had done the best she could by announcing that he was the state preceptor of Thousand Fox Country to the entire country. He didn't expect that he had underestimated her. Illusion Princess was gathering the craftsmen of Thousand Fox Country to erect a statue of him. She had already chosen the location. There was one at the city gate of Thousand Fox Country and another at the square in front of the palace. Outsiders would see it as soon as they stepped into Thousand Fox Country, and they would also see it as soon as they walked through the palace gates. Li Mu found Illusion Princess and comforted her. "Forget about the statue, it's enough." Illusion Princess's tone was firm. "You are no longer Zhou Yi's subject, nor are you my personal guard. You are the savior of Thousand Fox Country, the state preceptor of Thousand Fox Country, and the ambassador to promote the peaceful coexistence of humans and Yao. When the Yao nation sees your statue, they will remember what you have done and remember that humans once saved us. Naturally, they will hate you less. I am doing this for the sake of peace between the two races." Li Mu was still convinced by Illusion Princess. He simply ignored the matter and focused on cultivating. Although he could now fight against a 7th realm cultivator, he was only relying on those Yao corpses. Soon, Li Mu would leave all of those Yao corpses to Illusion Princess. Firstly, he didn't like to carry those lifeless corpses everywhere. Secondly, it would cause him to rely too much on external objects. Of course, the most important reason was that Illusion Princess needed them more than he did in the face of the threat of the Celestial Wolf Clan and the Demon Path. Li Mu's cultivation had been increasing very slowly ever since he reached the 5th realm. In addition, he had been busy with various matters and didn't have much time to cultivate. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan had probably surpassed him in terms of cultivation. However, if he wanted to increase his cultivation quickly after reaching this realm, unless he was like Lu Hanyan and Li Qing and went into seclusion for a long time and had the Fulu school continuously providing him with resources, he could only cultivate one step at a time. In the Thousand Fox Nation, the statue of the Grand Tutor stood at the city gate. Many of the Yao citizens who passed by would pay their respects when they saw it. They already knew that the Thousand Fox Nation was still under the Grand Tutor's protection. If it weren't for the Grand Tutor, the Celestial Wolf Clan would have occupied this place long ago. Therefore, they were especially respectful to the Grand Tutor statue. A few figures walked in from the city gate. Leading them were 2 5th Realm Fox Demon Commanders, the Queen's personal guards. Behind the 2 of them were 3 other people, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all humans, and they followed behind the 2 Yao corpses with nervous expressions. The 3 of them were disciples of a small sect in the Zhejiang County of the Great Zhou. Due to an accident in the sect's elders' cultivation, they needed a few spiritual herbs to refine pills. Therefore, they ventured into the Yao nation to look for the spiritual herbs. Unexpectedly, before they could find the spiritual herbs, they encountered a few powerful wolf demons and almost died in the wolves' mouths. Fortunately, 2 Yao corpses appeared later and saved them, bringing them here. Although their lives were saved by the 2 Yao corpses, the Yao nation and the human clan had always been at odds. Who knew if they had just escaped the wolf's mouth and entered the fox's den? Along the way, the 3 of them were constantly worried, not knowing what they would face next. After entering the city gate, they passed by a statue that stood at the city gate. The 2 fox demons stopped and bowed to the statue a few times. The Grand Tutor was like a legend in the Thousand Fox Nation. The reason why their cultivation could increase was because of the pills that the Grand Tutor had given them. They respected the Grand Tutor more than anyone else. When the 3 human cultivators saw the statue, a trace of doubt appeared in their eyes. "Senior brothers, don't you think that the statue looks a little familiar?" "I think so too, but I can't remember where I've seen it." "It looks like a human, but why would a human statue be here?" The 3 of them cautiously transmitted their voices and followed the 2 demon corpses to a magnificent palace complex in front of them. Along the way, they already knew that this was the Thousand Fox Nation, one of the 4 major demon clans of the Yao Nation. The statue erected at the city gate was of the Thousand Fox Nation's Grand Tutor, who seemed to be very respected by the demon corpses here. In the palace, Li Mu had just finished his closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation consumed a lot of spiritual jades, but the growth of his dermic powers was still very limited. Li Mu lamented the difficulty of cultivation in his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and performed the guiding technique. In the Thousand Fox City, something invisible seemed to be sucked out of the 2 statues and entered Li Mu's body. At this moment, his dermic powers increased significantly, even far exceeding those of the days when he was in closed-door cultivation. Li Mu was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood the reason. This was the psychokinesis of the demon corpses of the Thousand Fox Nation. It was essentially the same as the psychokinesis he obtained from the people of the Great Show. In fact, because the strength of the demon corpses in the city was mostly above the transformation realm, there was no lack of fourth and fifth realms. Although the quantity of psychokinesis could not be compared to the people of the divine capital, the quality was too high, and the effect was not inferior to the people's psychokinesis. Phantom Princess sensed the change in Li Mu's aura and flew out of the palace. She said, "Now you know how good I am to you, right?" Li Mu finally understood her intention. Erecting 2 statues of him in the Thousand Fox Nation was equivalent to erecting temples in the Great Show. As long as the people worshipped, their psychokinesis would be attached to the stone statues, and through some mysterious method, it would be directly gathered in the ancestral temple in the divine capital. Although Li Mu could not absorb the psychokinesis remotely, as long as he came here once in a while, he could absorb the psychokinesis stored in the statues. This was equivalent to having 2 statues to cultivate for him, and Li Mu could do his own things. The royal families of the various countries on the continent mostly cultivated in this way. Phantom Princess, this little fox, knew how to repay kindness. She had not done so much for him in vain. A few figures walked over from afar. 2 demon fox approached and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, State Preceptor." Phantom Princess glanced at the 3 people behind her and asked, "Who are they?" One of the demon fox commanders said, "Your Majesty, when we were patrolling outside, we found 2 wolf clan spies had a conflict with these 3 humans. We worked together to defeat the 2 wolf clan spies. We did not know why these 3 people appeared in the territory of the Thousand Fox Nation, so we brought them back." At this moment, the female cultivator among the 3 looked at Li Mu. She seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "You're Li Mu, Lord Li?" Li Mu looked at her and asked, "You know me?" The female cultivator said happily, "I've seen Lord Li once at the Zhejiang County office." Li Mu recalled that when he dealt with the Zhejiang County king, he stayed there for a few days. This woman's cultivation was at the 4th realm. She seemed to be one of the cultivators recruited by the Zhejiang County office. Li Mu asked casually, "What are you doing here?" The female cultivator said respectfully, "Something went wrong with the cultivation of the elders of the sect and they need a few spiritual herbs. Those spiritual herbs can only be found in the demon nation, so we took the risk to come here to look for them. They were all humans, so he would help them if he could." Li Mu continued to ask, "What spiritual herbs do you need?" The female cultivator hurriedly said, 7-star grass, purple profound ginseng, and calming flower. Li Mu asked directly, "Your elders' primordial spirits are injured and need to refine spirit congealing pills, right?" The female cultivator nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a bottle of pills appeared in his palm. He threw it to the female cultivator and said, "This bottle is for repairing primordial spirits. It's better than spirit congealing pills. Take it." "Thank you, Lord Li." They thought that this trip would not bode well, but they did not expect to meet their own kind in the demon nation and obtain pills to treat their elders. It was simply a joy. One had to know that even if they found the spiritual herbs, the alchemist might not be able to refine them successfully. The 3 of them were pleasantly surprised and bowed repeatedly to express their gratitude. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. The demon nation hasn't been peaceful recently. Don't come here if you have nothing to do. I'll get someone to send you back." When the 3 of them were escorted out of the Thousand Fox Nation by 2 fox race powerhouses, the female cultivator took one last look at the statue in the city and asked a fox demon, "Senior, why do you call Lord Li the State Preceptor?" At the mention of the State Preceptor, the fox demon revealed a look of admiration and said, "It's a long story, Zhejiang County. Recently, a legend began to spread in Zhejiang County. The State Preceptor of the Thousand Fox Nation, one of the 4 great demon nations in the demon nation, was actually a human and was extremely respected in the Thousand Fox Nation. Speaking of the State Preceptor, he was a legend. As everyone knew, a few months ago, the situation in the Demon Nation changed drastically. With the support of the Demon Dao, the Celestial Wolf Tribe and the Thousand Fox Nation wantonly annexed the various races of the Demon Nation. Once they unified the Demon Nation, the border counties of the Great Zhou were in danger. For this reason, the Imperial Court even sent a Seventh Realm powerhouse to negotiate with the Demon Nation, but it ended in failure. Just as the Imperial Court was at their wits' end and the people of Zhejiang County and several other border counties were in a state of panic, a person silently entered the Demon Nation. He went undercover in the Thousand Fox Nation and endured humiliation. After going through many hardships, he successfully gained the trust of the ruler of the Thousand Fox Nation. At the critical moment, he instigated a portion of the demon race to rebel, launched a coup, and appointed a new ruler. He disrupted the Demon Dao's plan and persuaded the new queen of the Thousand Fox Nation to get along with the humans of the Great Zhou. The queen of the Thousand Fox Nation appointed him as the state preceptor. With his own strength, he changed the situation in the Demon Nation and delayed the Celestial Wolf Tribe's progress in unifying the Demon Nation. He resolved the crisis of the Great Zhou border counties and made a great contribution to promoting harmony between the two races. This person was none other than Lord Li Mu. Perhaps the commoners of the 36 counties had not heard of this name, but the cultivators and officials of the various counties in the Great Zhou were no strangers to him. In the past 2 years, he had contributed greatly to abolishing the old system and improving the people's lives. No one could replace his contribution in promoting the peaceful coexistence between the humans and demon race and stabilizing the place. Now, when the Imperial Court was at their wits' end in the face of the Demon Nation's foreign invasion, he stood up again. He had always been on the front lines in resolving internal problems and eliminating external threats. When the news reached the Divine Capital, the citizens of the Divine Capital, who had not heard from Lord Li for a long time, rushed to the streets of the Divine Capital to celebrate. I was wondering why I hadn't seen Lord Li for so long, so Lord Li went to pacify the Demon Nation. I heard that Lord Li was appointed as the state preceptor in the Demon Nation. As expected, no matter where he goes, he's always so dazzling. I also heard that Lord Li has a close relationship with the Demon Nation's queen and is about to become the Demon Nation's queen. Lord Li is an eternal god. Changel Palace. The various discussions of the citizens of the Divine Capital reached Zhou Yi's ears through the mystic light technique. With a cold expression, she waved her hand to disperse the mystic light technique and said, "Mei Wei, the morning court will be presided over by you and Ali. Pass down the decree to all departments that I will be in seclusion. This time, I will be in seclusion for a long time and will not see anyone." Chapter 492. Thousand Fox Nation. Hujiu's subordinates on patrol were reporting the changes around Thousand Fox Nation to Huanji. In the past month, due to the existence of the super-large spirit gathering formation, the spirit chi within 100 miles of Thousand Fox Nation was exceptionally rich. It was even comparable to the blessed lands occupied by some mid-level demon clans. For most of the demons in the Demon Nation, spirit chi was their only way to cultivate. This also caused a large number of demons to migrate to the vicinity of Thousand Fox Nation. However, they did not dare to get too close. Most of them stopped 100 miles away from Thousand Fox Nation. Within 100 miles, it was definitely Thousand Fox Nation's territory. Thousand Fox Nation did not pay attention to these demons for the time being. They tacitly allowed them to build cave abodes nearby. When the time was right, it was only natural that they would be listed as demons of Thousand Fox Nation. The spies lurking around Tian Lang Nation also sent back news that the Tian Lang Nation did not make any unusual movements recently. They even stopped annexing other demon clans. This was not something to be happy about. For Tian Lang Nation, the biggest threat was obviously here. They did not disperse their forces. It was very likely that they were thinking of ways to deal with Thousand Fox Nation. Even though the Demon Nation had temporarily settled down, some small and mid-level demon clans were not at ease. Instead, they were even more worried. In the past, when Tian Lang Nation and Thousand Fox Nation expanded without restraint, the worst-case scenario was that the entire demon clan would submit and be ordered around in the future. However, in recent days, many demon clans in the demon nation had disappeared as if their existence had been erased out of thin air. Only empty cave abodes were left behind, and the owners of the cave abodes were nowhere to be found. At first, this only happened 1 or 2 times and did not attract much attention. The demon nation followed the law of the jungle. Countless demon clans were annexed. This was not a rare occurrence. However, this happened one after another. In half a month, several small and mid-level demon clans such as the Pig Demon Clan, the Deer Demon Clan, and the Monkey Demon Clan mysteriously disappeared without leaving behind any clues or traces. Among these demon clans, there was no lack of Fifth Realm powerhouses. However, they could not escape the calamity. This caused some small and mid-level demon clans to panic. Those demon clans with Sixth Realm demon kings could still barely protect themselves. With so many small and mid-level demon clans disappearing, who knew when disaster would befall them? This caused many small and medium-sized demon clans to band together. Some even took the initiative to seek refuge with the Celestial Wolf Clan, the Black Snake Clan, the Bear Clan, and other major demon clans of the Demon Kingdom. Nothing like this happened near Thousand Fox Nation. Even so, several clan leaders of small demon clans came in person to plead to join Thousand Fox Nation and serve the Queen. They only hoped that they could move to Thousand Fox Nation and protect their clan. The Thousand Fox Nation had undergone several major changes, and its strength had always been the weakest of the 4 major demon clans. Although the addition of these small and medium-sized demon clans would not immediately increase their combat power, fresh blood was very important to any force. After discussing with Li Mu, Huan Ji agreed to their request. For a time, within a radius of several hundred miles around the Thousand Fox Kingdom, small and medium-sized demon clans, or mountain spirits and wild monsters who cultivated alone, came to seek refuge. If it were in the past, they would not have dared to take sides easily. But now, in order to seek protection, they had no other choice. In the Demon Kingdom, on a mountain peak with abundant spirit chi. In the Demon Kingdom, all places with abundant spirit chi were, without exception, occupied by powerful demon clans. The cloud-piercing peak had always been the territory of the Leopard Clan. Although the Leopard Clan was not a top-level demon clan, they had 5 Fifth Realm cultivators in their clan. They were also distant relatives of the Leopard King of the Leopard Clan. Usually, even the major demon clans of the Demon Kingdom did not dare to provoke them. The Leopard Clan had occupied the cloud-piercing peak for decades. They had been cultivating here peacefully until today. The 5 Fifth Realm leopard demons each had a large hole in their abdomens. Only their shells were left. Their demon souls had long disappeared. The mountain peak was littered with the bodies of the leopard demons. The Leopard Clan, which was considered one of the major demon clans in the Demon Kingdom, had no survivors. There were also no traces of battle on the mountain peak. The Leopard Clan's extermination had obviously happened in a very short period of time. A figure covered in gray fog floated in the void. The gray fog surged, and the surrounding leopard demon corpses all disappeared. Other than the missing Leopard Clan, everything on the cloud-piercing peak returned to normal. The gray fog instantly disappeared. Thousand Fox Country. Huan Ji was also very shocked when she heard the news of the Leopard Clan's extermination. Although the Leopard Clan's strength was far from the Fox Clan's, they were still one of the powerful clans in the Demon Kingdom. It was too unbelievable that they had been exterminated so silently. Even an ordinary Sixth Realm cultivator would not be able to exterminate the Leopard Clan so easily. Huan Ji made a prompt decision and said, "Tell all the demon clans around Thousand Fox Country to enter the range of the bell. Summon all your subordinates back and temporarily put down the missions at hand." At the same time, the 9 Heavens Xian Snake Clan, Tianshan Bear Clan, and Tianlang Clan raised their guard in response to the mysterious disappearance of the major demon clans. They also opened up their territories and allowed the major demon clans to join them. They provided protection and took the opportunity to strengthen themselves. While the Demon Kingdom was in a state of panic, a gray fog drifted between the mountains of the Demon Kingdom. Most of the demon clans that had formed a sizable force had already attached themselves to the 4 major demon kingdoms. For a moment, he could not find a suitable target. At a certain moment, the gray fog flew past a hidden valley and rolled back to hover above the valley. A lush valley was formed between a few mountain peaks. The valley was filled with lush vegetation, and no matter how one looked at it, it was just an ordinary valley. In the gray fog, two red lights flashed past, and an unexpected voice was heard. What a brilliant concealment array! I almost misjudged it. The gray fog slowly descended. When it reached a certain height, the scenery in front of it suddenly changed. It was no longer a barren valley below, but a small city. There were fields outside the city, and there were all kinds of buildings in the city. The streets of the city were crowded with people, and their bodies emitted a faint demon aura. Without exception, all of them were demons that had transformed and above. There were even a few that had reached the fifth realm. This city gave off a very strange feeling. It was clearly a city of the demon kingdom, but it felt like a human city. The streets were spotless, and the entire city was orderly and full of order. Although the four major demon kingdoms also imitated human cities, they were much more chaotic than this small city. The figure in the gray fog was only surprised for a moment. He raised his palm and gently pressed down. A huge palm appeared in the sky above the small city. The palm covered the entire small city. Once it pressed down, the city would definitely be destroyed, and the demons inside would not be able to escape death. Boom! After a deafening sound, a mountain peak was crushed by the huge palm. The gray fog dissipated, revealing a figure within. A dim light flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at the nearby valley. The city still existed. Just a moment ago, he was moved thousands of feet away, and even the Dharma spell he used was offset. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Just as he was about to fly towards the city again, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Death. As the voice sounded, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt that his body was showing signs of decay. At this moment, a second voice sounded in his ears. Destruction of the soul. When he realized that his primordial spirit was also beginning to disperse, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with extreme fear. He turned into a silver light and fled into the distance. The collapsed mountain peak stirred up a cloud of dust. When the dust dissipated, the small city in the mountain in the distance had already disappeared, and it was once again a barren valley. 1,000 miles away, the Green Wolf King looked behind him with lingering fear. This was the most cowardly and frustrating battle he had ever experienced in his life. He did not even see his opponent's face, and he had lost at least 3 years of cultivation for no reason. Could it be that he had encountered some old monster of the demon kingdom that had hidden away from the world? Although his cultivation was already rare in the world, the Green Wolf King knew very well that he was far from being invincible in the demon kingdom. In the demon kingdom, the truly terrifying ones were not that snake, that black bear, or that old fox. Those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans and were in seclusion somewhere in search of a breakthrough were the most terrifying ones. Could it be that he was unlucky enough to run into one of those existences today? The Green Wolf King silently cursed his bad luck. He silently committed that place to memory. Just as he was about to return to the Tianlang Kingdom, a streak of light suddenly streaked past in the distance. As if sensing the Green Wolf King's presence, the streak of light turned back and stopped a few hundred feet away from the Green Wolf King. An extremely beautiful woman looked at him and asked, "May I ask, how do I get to the Thousand Fox Kingdom?" The Green Wolf King looked at this female cultivator who was only at the 5th level of cultivation and asked, "What are you doing in the Thousand Fox Kingdom?" The woman said, "I'm looking for someone." The Green Wolf King did not say much to this female cultivator. He was about to capture her and return to the Tianlang Kingdom. He took a step forward and was already in front of this female cultivator. He reached out to grab her tender neck. Then, one of his arms flew out. The Green Wolf King clutched his severed arm and stared at this female cultivator in shock. He could only watch as her aura changed from the 5th level to the 7th level in an instant. Chapter 493. Celestial Wolf Kingdom. At the highest peak, within a cave dwelling, there was a tall and sturdy man with a faint, king, character on his forehead sitting cross-legged in a corner. Around him, countless monster souls twined around him. These demon souls were of different races. There were deer souls, monkey souls, tiger souls, and so on. All of the demon souls were in pain. They wanted to break free, but it was futile. Every time the man breathed, a demon soul would be sucked into his body. Every time he refined a demon soul, his aura would vaguely become stronger. At a certain moment, the space in the quiet cave rippled and a figure fell out. The Blue Wolf King's hair was disheveled. He had lost an arm and was covered in blood. His aura was much weaker as well. The shock still lingered on his face. The man suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the Blue Wolf King in shock. "How did you get injured like this? Did you run into those two old guys?" The Blue Wolf King's face was filled with bad luck. He told him what had happened today. As a level 7 ancestor, there weren't many people in the Yao Kingdom who were qualified to be his opponent. He had run into two today. He didn't know what the cultivation of the strong cultivator in the city was like. His abilities were too strange. He could actually use the power of the world to directly injure his body and soul, making him lose 2 years of cultivation for nothing. The female human cultivator he ran into later was even more terrifying. He almost died at her hands. He only barely managed to escape by using blood escape. Only now did he have time to grow a new arm. Although he could regrow an arm, it couldn't be compared to the original one. He didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate it back. After a moment of thought, the man said, "The first person to injure you should be a peak level 6 legalism cultivator." "Impossible," the Blue Wolf King said firmly. "How can he injure me without level 7 cultivation?" The elder glanced at him and said, "Even during the esoteric debate, legalism cultivators were among the top. If it really was a level 7 legalism cultivator, you wouldn't be able to see me today. He should be the one who founded that small Yao kingdom. Legend has it that there's an important step for legalism to reach level 7, which is to establish a kingdom with laws. It seems that the legend is true. He couldn't compare to the sage sex elder in terms of knowledge." The Green Wolf King didn't suspect anything. "When we recover, we'll go and meet that so-called legalism expert." A trace of fear appeared in the elder's eyes as he said, "It's best not to provoke this person. The school of legalism is not to be trifled with. Right now, the most important thing is Qinhu country. It's best not to complicate things." Fear appeared on the Green Wolf King's face again at the mention of the Thousand Fox Nation. Who was that female cultivator? Why did she go to the Thousand Fox Nation? I have a feeling that if she wasn't in a hurry to go there and wasn't serious, I would have died at her hands. The elder of the sage sect pondered and said, "As far as I know, there are only 2 known female cultivators in Zhuzhou who have such strength. One is the Empress of the Great Zhou, and the other is the leader of the Danding sect. The Empress of the Great Zhou won't leave Luoyang. The leader of the Danding sect may have come here to look for elixirs. Do you have a portrait of her?" The Green Wolf King shook his head. "She's much stronger than me. I can't use the mystic light technique to create a portrait of her. Her appearance may not be her original appearance either." He looked confused and asked, "Why would such a strong cultivator go to Qinhu country?" The elder of the sage sect knew what he was worried about. "Don't worry. No matter who she is, she won't stay in Qinhu country for long. She won't affect our plan." "I'm worried about the 8 corpses," the Blue Wolf King said. "What's so scary about those 8 corpses? Even if all 8 of them work together, they can only stop one of us temporarily. Myriad illusions won't recover his strength that quickly. As long as we break that bell, either of us will be able to suppress Thousand Fox Nation." The elder of the sage sect said in a deep voice, "You're too naive. Do you know what 8 level 6 corpses mean?" "What do they mean?" the Green Wolf King asked. The elder of the sage sect Taoist priest said, "Even the Fulu school of the 6 Taoist sects only has 7 level 6 first seats. After Myriad Illusion died, the corpse sect didn't even have a level 6 cultivator. The fact that they can produce 8 level 6 corpses means that there's a very powerful organization behind Qinhu country. If they can produce 8 level 6 cultivators, could there be a level 7 cultivator behind them?" What's more, when did such a powerful force appear on the continent that we've never heard of before? And it's obvious that they're our enemy, not our friend. The Green Wolf King's expression turned serious as he pondered the elder of the sage sect's words. This was still a mystery for the time being. He released dozens of demon souls and said, "Let's heal ourselves first. We'll know if there's such a force behind Xinhu country when the time comes." Xinhu country. The mysterious disappearance of many demons made the demons panic. However, a few powerful demons still benefited from it. Xinhu country gained dozens of subordinate demon tribes, and the number of demons under their rule increased by nearly 30%. Li Mu's preliminary judgment was that this series of events should be the work of a level 7 cultivator. There was no other reason. If their cultivation was only at the level 6, they wouldn't be able to handle so many things without leaving any clues behind. When he thought of the fact that the demon sect elder's primordial spirit was severely injured and could absorb a large number of demon souls to speed up his recovery, the mastermind behind this series of events was on the verge of being revealed. If a level 7 cultivator wanted to take souls, there was no way to stop them. The only thing they could do was to protect more small and medium-sized demon tribes as much as possible. In the past 2 days, Li Mu found something rather strange. The Empress hadn't checked on him for 2 days in a row. It didn't seem very likely that she was angry because he had become the state preceptor of Xinhu country. Li Mu had asked her in advance, and she had expressed her understanding. Li Mu was about to take the initiative to ask when Hu Jiao suddenly walked in and said that someone from the Great Zhou court had come. Li Mu walked out in confusion. The Empress didn't tell him that the court had sent someone to Xinhu country. When he walked outside and saw Mr. Mei standing beside his statue in front of the palace, he was stunned for a moment. Then he asked in surprise, "Sister Mei, why are you here?" It was undoubtedly a big surprise to be able to see relatives and old friends in the divine capital in the distant demon nation. Mr. Mei glanced at him and said, "The court wants to establish an alliance with Xinhu country and never attack each other. Her Majesty sent me to discuss with Xinhu country." Li Mu took the initiative to say, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Mr. Mei looked at the tall statue and said, "It seems that Fox treats you well. She even built a statue for you." Hu Jiao heard the Great Zhou female official call the Empress and said unhappily, "I don't know what status you have in Great Zhou, but this is Xinhu country. You'd better show some respect to Her Majesty." Mr. Mei glanced at Hu Jiao indifferently. Thump. Hu Jiao's condensed body felt weak in the legs and fell to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't know why, but the Great Zhou female official's gaze was so terrifying that he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Even his legs felt weak. Hu Jiao was ashamed and angry, but she didn't dare to reprimand the Great Zhou female official anymore. She got up from the ground and said to Li Mu awkwardly, "I have something else to do. You take care of the people of Great Zhou yourself." Li Mu took Mr. Mei to the palace where he was temporarily living. Mr. Mei looked around and asked, "Are you living in that fox's harem?" Li Mu said, "Don't get me wrong. I picked a place randomly." 4 graceful figures walked out and bowed to Li Mu. They said obediently, "Sir, you're back." Mr. Mei looked at the quadruplet rabbit demon sisters, then looked at Li Mu and asked, "You picked them randomly too?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Why are you like Her Majesty? Why do you care so much?" "Come in first." Li Mu dared to admit that he was a lecher in front of the Empress, so of course, he wasn't afraid of Mr. Mei. These 4 rabbit demons were actually maids that he had prepared for Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, but he didn't even bother to explain to Mr. Mei. He just let her think whatever she wanted. Mr. Mei glanced at the 4 rabbit demons and didn't ask any more questions. He sat on the main seat that should have been Li Mu's and said, "I heard that you're going to be the Empress of the Thousand Fox country?" Li Mu raised his head and said in surprise, "Who did you hear that from? Although she does have this intention, am I that kind of person? How can a man be someone's empress?" Mr. Mei said lightly, "That's what people outside say." Li Mu twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Can you believe those words? Some people even said that I'm going to be the Empress of the Great Zhou. Why don't you ask Her Majesty if she has this intention?" Chapter 494. Mr. Mei glanced at him and asked, if Her Majesty wants to, do you dare? Li Mu said decisively, no. Putting aside her identity as the Empress, even if she was a 7th realm cultivator, for a lecher, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. A 7th realm cultivator was still a woman. Sooner or later, he would cultivate to the 7th realm and wouldn't be unworthy of her. But being an Empress was out of the question. Lecherous as he was, he still had to have a bottom line. It was unprecedented for a man to be an Empress. How would the history books record him in the future? Li Mu was supposed to be a hero of the Great Zhou. He saved the Great Zhou from internal problems and external threats. After his lifespan ended, he could enjoy the existence of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The Imperial harem was never allowed to interfere with politics. Once he became an Empress, the historians wouldn't praise him for being gentle and virtuous. He would be labeled as a demon Empress for messing up politics. Lord May snorted softly and said, "Wind from an empty cave may not be without cause. If you had kept yourself clean and followed the rules, why would there be rumors of you becoming the demon Empress?" Mr. May wouldn't say that. These words sounded more like the Empress. Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Did Her Majesty ask you to say that?" Mr. May didn't admit or deny it. Li Mu said unhappily, "You're so heartless. Who am I doing this for?" "For me, for the demon nation, and for Her Majesty. I've only been married for a short time, and I've already been separated from my wife. I've been suffering from lovesickness every day. For the Great Zhou, for the Empress, I've risked my life to go deep into the demon nation and deal with the 7th realm. Is it all to make Her Majesty suspicious?" Feeling Li Mu's anger and resentment, Mr. May panicked and said, "That's not what Her Majesty meant." Li Mu said, "You're not Her Majesty." "How would you know what Her Majesty meant?" "Her Majesty likes to make wild guesses," Mr. May asked. "Is His Majesty such a person in your eyes?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "You've been by Her Majesty's side for so long, how can you not understand her? Her Majesty looks magnanimous, but she's actually more petty than anyone else. If you accidentally offend her, she'll chase you into your dreams and beat you up." A meaningful smile appeared on Mr. May's face as he asked, "So you're not the only one who thinks so? Is there anyone else?" Li Mu finally found a soulmate and said, "Also, whatever she thinks, she never says it out loud. It's all based on my own guesses. It's fine if I'm right, but if I'm wrong, she gets angry and tries to find ways to torture me. It's just me. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to stand her." Inside Huangji's palace, Huangji had just received news from Hulu. She confirmed once again, "You said that someone from the Great Zhou court came?" Hulu nodded and said, "The person who came is Commander May of the Great Zhou Empress. She's one of the most trusted female officials of the Great Zhou Empress. She was the one who captured me back then." Huangji frowned and said, "Why did she come to Thousand Fox Country?" Hulu said, "She said that she came on the orders of Empress Zhou Yi of the Great Zhou Empress to discuss an alliance with us. However, this might not be her real purpose. She's been with the state preceptor the whole time and has no intention of discussing with us." Huangji thought for a moment and said, "I'll go and take a look." Hulu stopped her in time and said, "You're the queen of Thousand Fox Country. How can a queen of a country take the initiative to meet an envoy from another country? Wouldn't this make you look inferior to Zhou Yi?" What Hulu said was what she couldn't accept the most. Huangji immediately dismissed the idea. She looked at Hulu and said, "Go and help me find out." Hulu nodded and said, "Okay." Just as she walked out of the door, Huangji suddenly said, "Wait." After complaining about the Empress with Mr. May, Li Mu felt much better. Mr. May sat on the main seat with a faint smile on his face. He asked Li Mu, "Her Majesty wants me to ask you, when will you go back?" Li Mu said, "Soon." Mr. May said, "You say that every time. Her Majesty wants an exact time." Qin Shi's meeting was almost over. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Not more than half a month." While they were talking, Hulu walked in from outside. Li Mu introduced her to Mr. May first. "This is..." Mr. May looked at Hulu and his eyes flashed. He said lightly, "No need to introduce her. When she was undercover in Shendu, I caught her with my own hands. Li Mu was the one who reported Hu Lu, and Mr. May caught her. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit awkward when the three of them met again. Seeing Hu Lu's expression, Li Mu tried to smooth things over. Let's not talk about the past. We're all friends now, and harmony is the most important thing. Mr. May glanced at Hu Lu. Who's friends with this fox? Hu Lu didn't back down. Do you think I want to? The man and the fox just met, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Li Mu felt a headache coming. He deliberately put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "Both of you, stop talking." According to his expectations, whether it was Lord May or Hu Lu, they should give him face. But this time, Li Mu miscalculated. Mr. May looked at Li Mu and asked, "Are you helping this fox?" Hu Lu also looked at Li Mu and asked, "Who are you helping?" It wasn't right for him to help either of them. Li Mu looked at them and said, "Same old rules. Why don't you two fight? The loser has to shut up." Li Mu liked the way the fox race solved their differences. There was no scheming and no beating around the bush. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with a fight. The loser had no right to speak, and the winner couldn't argue even if they wanted to. Mr. May glanced at Hu Lu and said, "Forget it. I don't want to bully her." Hu Lu sneered and asked, "You're afraid of losing, right?" Li Mu wanted to persuade Hu Lu, but she glared at him. To be honest, Hu Lu didn't know what was good for her this time. Her master, Phantom Princess, was only at the 5th level. How strong could she be? Li Mu didn't know how strong the Empress was. Mr. May had been with the Empress for many years, and he wasn't weak among the 5th level. It would be fine if Phantom Princess fought, but Hu Lu had no chance of winning. Where did she get her confidence from? Suddenly, Li Mu felt that Hu Lu's aura was slightly different from before. He seemed to think of something. He looked at Hu Lu's eyes and found a trace of slyness deep in her eyes. Li Mu was shocked. This Fox 6 was actually a transformed Phantom Princess. The Fox race was also very good at illusion techniques, and Phantom Princess was an expert. No wonder she was so confident this time. She was deliberately bullying Mr. May because he couldn't see through her illusion. Hu Lu wasn't Mr. May's opponent, but Mr. May couldn't defeat Phantom Princess no matter what. Li Mu wanted to stop her, but Hu Lu looked at him with a trace of threat. Li Mu thought about it carefully. If he exposed her here, a queen of a country would become his subordinate and bully another country's ambassador. It would be too tasteless. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if they heard about it? Who knew better than him the embarrassment of having a fake identity exposed? Letting Phantom Princess die was much more serious than Mr. May losing to Hu Lu. Li Mu looked at Mr. May and said, "Sister May, let's forget about it." Mr. May said calmly, "Why should we forget about it? We've already agreed. If we back out now, we'll lose face for Her Majesty." Li Mu could only look at Fox 6, who was disguised as Fantasy Princess, and remind her, "All right then. Don't go too far." "Got it." Phantom Princess answered casually. 5 foxtails appeared behind her and attacked Mr. May. Without the use of Dharma treasures, a fox demon's tail was their most powerful weapon. Mr. May stood in place. His body was like a ball of catkins, floating with the wind brought by the fox tails. No matter how fast or how strong Phantom Princess attacks were, they couldn't touch the corner of his clothes. Phantom Princess was obviously very surprised. Just as she was about to speed up her attacks, Mr. May suddenly reached out and grabbed one of her tails. With a light tug, Phantom Princess cried out in pain as she was pulled over. Then, Mr. May raised his hand and pressed his palm on Phantom Princess's chest. This palm strike didn't injure her, but it broke her transformation technique. After a series of transformations, Fox 6's face revealed the original appearance of the Phantom Princess. Mr. May looked at her and shook his head. He said, "You're not Hu Lu. I didn't expect the Queen of Thousand Fox Country to do such a thing." Phantom Princess was very embarrassed to be exposed. What was more embarrassing was that she and Zhou Yi were both queens, but she wasn't even a match for Zhou Yi's subordinates. She lost face in front of Li Mu. She blushed from her face to her neck. She wanted to hide in a hole. Li Mu stood in place and looked at Mr. May blankly. His throat moved, and his lips felt dry. Of course, Mei Darren wasn't Huan Ji's opponent, and it was even more impossible for her to subdue Huan Ji so easily. Seeing how easily she dodged Huan Ji's attack, even Li Mu himself wouldn't be able to predict Huan Ji's every move. This seemingly simple move contained a great divine ability. Foresight. A cultivator at the 6th realm of Taoism had a certain chance of being able to divine a sliver of the heavenly secrets with a pinch of their fingers. Only at the 7th realm would this ability reach a minor accomplishment. They would be able to divine even more heavenly secrets. When facing an opponent whose cultivation was far inferior to theirs, using divination to predict their movements was even more common. Li Mu's eyelids twitched. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Sister May, you've improved so much in just a few months." "Congratulations." Mr. May sat down again and asked, "Where were we?" Li Mu said, "Speaking of His Majesty just now, His Majesty is magnanimous, gentle, intelligent, and considerate. During my time in the Demon Nation, I've been missing His Majesty all the time. I really hope that I can finish my work here soon so that I can see His Majesty sooner." Mr. May's mouth twitched. He said, "Who said that His Majesty is stingy and can't be offended at all?" Li Mu explained, "I was confused. His Majesty's heart is deeper than the sea and wider than the sky," Mr. May said calmly. "And who said that His Majesty doesn't say anything? Other than you, no one can stand it?" Li Mu immediately said, "His Majesty is the ruler of a country. If his thoughts are always guessed by his subjects, then there's no dignity left. It's good to keep a little mystery." Mr. May said, "That's not what you said just now." Li Mu didn't know how to respond. Phantom Princess had recovered. Her expression returned to normal. She looked at Mr. May calmly and said, "You're not the commander of the inner guards. Who are you?" She was a little ashamed of losing to Zhou Yi's subordinate. But when she came back to her senses, she realized that something was wrong. She was very confident in her abilities. Unless she met someone like Li Mu, she wasn't afraid of anyone below the 6th level. How could she lose so easily? Mr. May looked at her with a kind of supreme dignity. He asked, "What? Didn't we meet in the monocular? Don't you recognize me already?" As soon as she finished speaking, light flowed around her body. She quickly changed from Mr. May to another beautiful woman. Phantom Princess's expression changed from anger to shock and then to fear. She hid behind Li Mu and pointed at Zhou Yi. She said in a trembling voice, "You. What are you doing here?" Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess with a pitiful expression. This fox really kicked an iron plate this time. In the monocular, she attacked the Empress. Now, the stingy and vengeful Empress chased her to her home. But she hid behind Li Mu and acted submissively. She didn't have the arrogance she had when she faced the Empress through the monocular. Obviously, the first confrontation between the two Empresses ended with Phantom Princess's defeat. Not only did she lose, but she lost completely. This was a merciless suppression of strength. Li Mu looked at the Empress and didn't speak for a long time. The Great Zhou wasn't a small demon nation like the Thousand Fox Nation. The Empress couldn't even leave the Great Zhou easily, let alone leave the Great Zhou and come to the dangerous demon nation. If the old officials in the imperial court heard about this, they would probably have a brain hemorrhage from anger. Of course, this wasn't a big deal. After all, it wasn't the first time the Empress was so willful. The problem was, if she wanted to come to the Yao nation, then so be it. Why did she have to disguise herself as Lord Mei so that Li Mu would let his guard down? She had already said what she should and should not have said. There was no chance for her to salvage the situation. Li Mu sighed. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Zhou Yi snorted and said, "If I didn't come, you would have fallen into the hands of this vixen sooner or later." Phantom Princess poked her head out from behind Li Mu. Just as she was about to refute, Zhou Yi glared at her. She was angry and annoyed, but under Zhou Yi's powerful aura, she didn't even have the courage to speak. After losing the monocular, she realized that other than envy, jealousy, and unwillingness to submit to Zhou Yi, there was also fear in the depths of her heart. In front of the Empress, Phantom Princess became a cowardly fox. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Am I narrow-minded?" Under her sharp gaze, Li Mu took a step back. Zhou Yi took a step forward and continued to ask, "Am I making wild guesses?" Phantom Princess hid behind Li Mu and spoke up for him. "If you weren't making wild guesses, why would you use the monocular to monitor her all the time? If you didn't have any suspicions, why would you come here?" Zhou Yi glanced over. Phantom Princess shivered and instantly appeared outside the door. She continued, "Whether you have any suspicions or not, you know best in your heart." Chapter 495. Although Illusion Princess didn't have the confidence to scold the Empress because she was afraid, it was undeniable that what she said made sense. She said what Li Mu didn't dare to say. The Empress was even more suspicious than Lu Hanyan. Just as Illusion Princess said, if she trusted Li Mu, why would she use the telescope to check on Li Mu every day? Why would she come here personally? The Empress looked at Illusion Princess again, and Illusion Princess instantly disappeared behind the door. Li Mu was now in an awkward situation. Just now, in front of the Empress, he not only said that she was narrow-minded and liked to be suspicious, but he also asked the Empress if she wanted him to be the Empress of the Great Show. He had narrowed his own path. No, this wasn't narrow-mindedness. He had personally cut off his own path. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. Li Mu also looked at her. His lips moved a few times. He wanted to explain, but he realized that his words were too harsh. He couldn't explain it now. He didn't plan to explain it. He lowered his head and said, "I'm guilty. I shouldn't have talked about your Majesty. Please punish me." Since he couldn't explain, he might as well give up. With his understanding of the Empress, she would at most let him stand here for a while. Zhou Yi glared at him and said, "Stand here for a while. Don't do it again." How could she really punish Li Mu? Not to mention that she admitted to what Li Mu said. If she punished him here, wouldn't she be giving that fox a chance? If she hurt his heart, that fox would take advantage of the situation and seduce him to become the Empress of Thousand Fox Country. Who would she cry to? Illusion Princess was outside the door. It would be best if Zhou Yi punished Li Mu severely. That way, she would have a chance to interfere. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi didn't fall for it. Illusion Princess couldn't help but poke her head out and mock, "That's it?" Zhou Yi waved her hand and Phantom Princess's body flew hundreds of feet away. The door of the main hall was closed immediately. The matter between the two of them could not be interfered with by others, especially by this fox with evil intentions. 300 meters away, Illusion Princess's figure appeared and immediately flew back. However, she found that as long as she was within 3 meters of the palace gate, she would be teleported 300 meters away again. After a few times, she stood 300 meters away and angrily pointed at the palace gate, shouting, "Surnamed Zhou, this is my place, get out here." The person she disliked the most and the person she loved the most stayed in her harem, only she was chased away. Huan Ji was so angry that her entire body trembled, but in the face of absolute power, she was helpless. A deep sense of helplessness surged from the bottom of her heart. In the square, Phantom Princess's chest heaved up and down. She had never desired power as much as she did now. But in the end, she could only fiercely stomp her feet, turn around and leave. Li Mu was surprised by the arrival of the Empress. She had actually turned into Mr. Mei. Li Mu's intuition told him that this was not the first time. After thinking about it, there were a few times when Mr. Mei was not quite right. After Li Mu complained about the Empress to her, he was ravaged that night. Li Mu did not dare to mention this matter, in case the Empress became angry again. The person she was most unhappy about coming to the Yao Kingdom was Illusion Princess. Li Mu had not seen her for 2 whole days. In front of a true Empress, her identity, status, strength, and everything else was mercilessly crushed. The prideful Illusion Princess chose to escape when facing the Empress. In the past 2 days, Li Mu had drafted a treaty of alliance between the Thousand Fox Nation and the Great Zhou. This treaty did not involve the common people. It was mainly about the trade between the two courts. In the Great Zhou's Department of Consecration, there were consecrators who were responsible for refining weapons, refining pills, and writing talismans. They supplied the local government offices of the 36 counties. A large amount of resources were needed here. Although the ancestral state was vast, humans had lived there for thousands of years. All kinds of resources were on the verge of exhaustion. On the contrary, although the life state was far smaller than the ancestral state, it was vast and had few demons. It was rich in all kinds of minerals and spiritual herbs. These were indispensable for refining weapons, talismans, and refining pills. These things were not very useful in the hands of demons. Most demons could only gnaw on spiritual herbs to absorb the spiritual power. The utilization of spiritual power was less than 10%, resulting in a large waste of resources. Through refining pills, the medicinal power could be maximized. All kinds of spiritual herbs complemented each other, and the benefits could reach more than 100%. The Thousand Fox Nation exchanged minerals, spiritual herbs, and spiritual jades with the Great Zhou court for pills, fulu, and weapons. They took what they needed and benefited each other. Hu Jiao took the treaty drafted by Li Mu and went to Phantom Princess for final confirmation. Zhou Yi was playing chess with Li Mu out of boredom. He picked up a chess piece and was about to put it down when his wrist suddenly stopped in the air and he looked outside. Then, Li Mu sensed that two auras connected to his mind appeared 100 miles away from the Thousand Fox Nation. Not long after, outside the Thousand Fox Nation, more than a dozen figures bowed to Li Mu and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." These people all exuded the aura of the fifth realm, and a few of them had reached the peak of the fifth realm. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "You may rise." This time, in addition to the two demon corpses, he also asked Qin Shi to bring all the corpse sect disciples above the fifth realm to the Thousand Fox Nation. The corpse sect disciples and the experts by Phantom Princess's side were the backbone of the force. They were not inferior to the Celestial Wolf Nation. Qin Shi was excited and said in a trembling voice, "Grand Elder, we did it." Li Mu felt everyone's excitement. For them, who had devoted their lives to refining corpses, there was nothing more satisfying than refining two seventh realm spiritual corpses with their own hands. If there was, then they would definitely refine even more powerful spiritual corpses. Each of the people carried a coffin on their backs. Above their heads, there were two huge coffins floating. Li Mu thought, and the lids of the two coffins popped open. Two figures flew out of the coffins and floated quietly in the air. After refining, the two seventh realm demon corpses no longer had any demonic chi or corpse chi. They looked no different from ordinary people, only more muscular. However, their bodies were even more indestructible than seventh realm Xian demons. At the same time, they had the ability of zombies, which greatly restrained the physical body and primordial spirit. Originally, refining a level 7 demonic corpse wasn't that easy. Just the initial refinement and the collection of materials for refining the demonic corpse required an extremely long time. Emperor Bai had made these demon corpses for the later refining. Therefore, as early as 3,000 years ago, he had helped Li Mu complete the initial refining. As for the materials for the later stages of refining corpses, the rich and powerful demonic path holy sect would take care of them. Who knew how much time this would save him? On the other hand, the final refining step took at most 81 days and as short as 49 days. It was the easiest to complete. After entering the Thousand Fox Nation, Li Mu looked at Qin Shi and the others and said, "Stay in the Thousand Fox Nation for the time being and listen to the Queen's orders." Qin Shi and the others bowed and said, "Yes." Looking at the statue of the first elder of the Thousand Fox Nation, they thought of the rumors they heard on their way here in the Great Zhou. Some guesses about the first elder's identity surfaced in their hearts. Did the first elder possess Li Mu's body, or did Li Mu possess the first elder's body? Perhaps only the first elder in front of them knew the answer to this question. However, the answer was not important to the people of the corpse sect. The corpse sect was now completely separated from the sacred sect. They had no right to choose which side to take. However, the people of the corpse sect were not afraid of the sacred sect, which was like a towering mountain in their hearts. They even wanted to get a few more corpses to refine. After personally refining 2 7th realm and 8 6th realm corpses, their confidence had greatly increased. After making arrangements for the people of the corpse sect, Joey looked at Li Mu in the Thousand Fox Nation Palace and asked, "Can we go back now?" Li Mu said, "I'll tell Huanji a few more things, then I can go back." He walked out of the harem and went to Huanji's bedroom. He learned from Hulu that Huanji had been cultivating in seclusion for a few days. Li Mu said, "Ask her to come out. I have something important to tell her." Hulu walked in. After a while, Huanji walked out. Seeing Zhou Yi standing beside Li Mu, she snorted and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a page appeared in his palm. He looked at Huanji and said, "This is the heavenly book of the demon clan. Take it." Li Mu snatched this page of the heavenly book from the demons in the demon emperor's cave. Later, he used the clear heart technique to memorize all the contents of the heavenly book. This page of the heavenly book was useless to him. 3,000 years ago, the demon emperor Bai Di used this page of the heavenly book to recruit countless powerful demons and became the demon emperor. As long as Huanji released the news, countless powerful demons would come to join her. For the demon clan who lacked cultivation techniques, this was an irresistible temptation. Huanji took the heavenly book from Li Mu's hand and said uncertainly, "You're really giving it to me?" Li Mu continued, "The heavenly book contains the cultivation techniques of various races. You can use this to attract the powerful demons of the demon kingdom. However, you can't just let any demon comprehend it. Other than trusted subordinates, the others have to rely on contributions to obtain opportunities." Huanji could feel the weight of this page. She nodded and said solemnly, "I understand." Li Mu took out a jade slip and handed it to her. He said, "This is the cultivation technique of your fox clan. From 1 tail to 9 tails, there are dozens of techniques. Take it too. It will be useful when the time comes." Huanji accepted the jade slip. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu but didn't say anything. Li Mu's mind moved again. 8 figures flew out from the surrounding mountains and landed on the square. Li Mu looked at the 8 demon corpses and said, "These 8 demon corpses are all at the 6th realm. After setting up a formation, they can fight against ordinary 7th realm cultivators. I'll leave them with you. I've also imprinted the method to control the demon corpses in the jade slip." Then, he waved his hand again. The last 2 demon corpses walked out from the demon emperor's space. Li Mu continued, "I'll leave these 2 7th realm demon corpses to you as well. The method to control them is also in the jade slip. With them, you won't have to worry about the Blue Wolf King and the demonic path sacred sect." Li Mu had already given Huanji everything he could. Although the number of powerful cultivators around her increased sharply and she could almost unify the entire demon nation, Huanji wasn't happy at all. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, "You're leaving?" Li Mu said, "With these 2 demon corpses, this place doesn't need me anymore. I have other things to do. I can't stay here forever. We'll meet again if fate wills it." He looked at Huanji, then at Hu Jiao and Hu Lu. He said, "Goodbye," then, he looked at the Empress and said, "Let's go." The 2 figures rose into the air. Above the clouds, Zhou Yi said bitterly, "Heavenly book, 8 6th realm cultivators, 2 7th realm cultivators, and more than a dozen 5th realm cultivators. I never knew you were so generous. The things you gave her are almost equivalent to a Fulu school." Li Mu knew she would be jealous. He immediately explained, "Your Majesty, you can't think like that. The stronger the Thousand Fox Nation is, the better it is for the imperial court and your Majesty. If I don't leave these demon corpses behind, the Thousand Fox Nation will definitely be destroyed by the Celestial Wolf Tribe once we leave. At that time, the Celestial Wolf Tribe will unify the demon nation with the support of the demonic path. The borders of the Great Zhou will never be peaceful. Your Majesty, you can't leave the throne to grow flowers and vegetables without worry. I'm doing this for the Thousand Fox Nation, but it's actually for your Majesty." Zhou Yi rolled her eyes at him. She asked, You trust that fox so much? What if she betrays you? Li Mu was stunned. He really hadn't considered this question carefully. Although he and Illusion Princess were friends who had gone through life and death together, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a fox's heart. He and Illusion Princess were far from being friends for long. The Heavenly Book, the demon corpses, and Li Mu had given almost everything to Illusion Princess. If Illusion Princess betrayed him, then he would be in deep trouble. Although Li Mu had absolute control over these demon corpses and could take them back at any time, if such a thing really happened, the psychological blow and trauma he would suffer would never be healed. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, please wait here for a moment. I'll go down and talk to her." In the square of the Thousand Fox Nation's imperial palace, Illusion Princess stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. He said he'll always be my little snake. I knew it. In his heart, I'll always be behind Zhou Yi. At the mention of Zhou Yi, she was so angry that her chest began to hurt. So what if you have a high cultivation? With a high cultivation, you can do whatever you want in other people's territory. She took a deep breath and said firmly, "Zhou Yi, remember this. I'll take revenge for today's humiliation in the future." As soon as Illusion Princess's voice fell, Li Mu's figure landed on the square in front of the palace. She was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You're not leaving?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Before I leave, I have something to tell you." Illusion Princess asked, "What is it?" Li Mu looked into her eyes and said seriously, "This time, I've given you everything. Don't let me down." Before Li Mu could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi's face darkened. She grabbed the air and Li Mu was directly pulled to her side. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Let's go." Just as the two of them were about to leave, in the distant sky, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Among them, the two leading auras were particularly powerful. Chapter 496. In the distant horizon, 6 figures were approaching Qinhu Nation. The Green Wolf King and another burly man stood side by side. When they were about to approach Qinhu Nation, the Green Wolf King crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. That bell is unusual. Don't hit it." Behind him, the others stopped abruptly, not daring to fly too fast. The Green Wolf King waved his hand, and a mountain rose from the ground and smashed toward Qinhu Nation. There was no bell projection outside the Thousand Fox Kingdom, but instead, a streak of golden light flew over from another direction. The golden light seemed to contain a rune. After it shot into the mountain that was smashing toward Qinhu Nation rolled back toward the Green Wolf King and the others. Boom! The Green Wolf King punched out, and after a deafening sound, the mountain shattered into pieces and smashed into the ground. Smoke and dust splashed up, and a large number of trees were crushed. Boulders the size of houses rolled in all directions. Although all the monsters within 100 miles of Qinhu Nation had entered Qinhu Nation, there were still many beasts in the mountains that died in this disaster. The Green Wolf King looked in the direction of the golden light, and a beautiful woman's face appeared in his eyes. When he saw the woman, the Green Wolf King's body trembled, and fear rose in his heart. He blurted out, "She hasn't left yet." At the same time, the sage sect elder who possessed the tiger monster was also shocked. He said in disbelief, "The Empress of the Great Zhou. It's the Empress of the Great Zhou." Others might not know the Empress of the Great Zhou, but as the sage sect elder in charge of the affairs between Zhou Province and Life Province, how could he not know the ruler of the most powerful nation in Zhou Province? But the Empress of the Great Zhou was not in Chengdu. Why was she here? After a moment of shock, his face lit up with joy. He immediately said, "Let's not worry about Qinhu Nation for now. If we can keep the Empress of the Great Zhou here, it'll be much more meaningful than unifying the Yao Nation." As he spoke, he had already formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment, thick and heavy dark clouds rolled up in the sky above Li Mu's head. The dark clouds rolled and changed crazily, and soon, an inverted lotus shape appeared. The moment the lotus flower took shape, golden lines fell from the petals of the lotus flower to the ground. The lotus flower and the golden thread formed a cage, completely imprisoning this part of the world. The power of heaven and earth coiled around the golden threads. Even a seventh realm cultivator would find it difficult to break this seal within a short period of time. The sage sect elder said to the Green Wolf King, "You and I will work together to deal with the Empress of the Great Zhou first." The Green Wolf King quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a full moon formed above his head. The sage sect elder's lips trembled slightly. Within the confined space, the power of heaven and earth began to vibrate violently. Clearly, he was preparing an extremely powerful spell. Li Mu transmitted an order with his mind, and 10 figures rose from the ground and stood beside him. Then, he summoned the law bell and covered Thousand Fox Nation. The aftermath of the battle between two seventh realm cultivators was enough to destroy the entire Thousand Fox Nation. 10 demonic corpses floated in the air, not concealing their auras at all. Seeing this, the Green Wolf King's wrist trembled, and his hand made a wrong seal. The spell was immediately interrupted, and the full moon above his head disappeared. He looked at the 10 demonic corpses, and his gaze stopped on the last 2. He mumbled, "They must be fake." The sage sect elder clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Looking at the 2 demonic corpses whose auras were no weaker than 7th realm cultivators, his lips trembled, and he could not continue his incantation. Damn it, he had guessed correctly. There really was a mysterious faction with 7th realm cultivators on the Zhou continent, and 2 of them at that. Before they came, they thought that it would be 2 7th realm cultivators against 8 demonic corpses whose combined strength was comparable to 7th realm cultivators. It was not a big problem. They did not expect that apart from the 8 6th realm demonic corpses, Thousand Fox Nation also had 2 7th realm demonic corpses, as well as the Empress of the Great Zhou. They were going to fight 2 against 5. The 10 demonic corpses counted as 3, and the Empress of the Great Zhou counted as 2. If they were not careful, the 2 of them would die here. Even the 2 7th realm cultivators were afraid, and the 4 6th realm cultivators, including the Celestial Wolf King, were even more shocked. The Green Wolf King was already scared before the battle started. He quickly said, "Honorable Elder, let's retreat first. Now is not the time to attack Heavenly Fox Nation." The sage sect elder looked at Thousand Fox Nation trapped by the Black Lotus and gritted his teeth. It's too late to regret now. This array can trap transcendence. Once it's completed, it will disappear after 15 minutes. Before that, we can only break it by force. It was impossible to win 2 against 5, but the Green Wolf King could not scold the sage sect elder for being stupid and cutting off his own escape route before he knew the opponent's strength. He said in a low voice, "Then let's break this array by force." The sage sect elder glanced at him and said, "We can break this array if we work together, but by then, we will be exhausted. How can we resist the Empress of the Great Zhou? I will take care of the 2 7th realm demonic corpses. You use all your strength to hold off the Empress of the Great Zhou for 15 minutes. Perhaps we still have a chance." The 2 7th realm demonic corpses had already surrounded them. As soon as the sage sect elder finished speaking, a cloud of black mist erupted from his body and enveloped the 2 demonic corpses. The Celestial Wolf King and the other 3 6th realm demonic corpses went up against the 8 6th realm demonic corpses. After all, they were living creatures with both body and soul. Their strength was stronger than the demonic corpses, but they were far from being able to fight 1 against 2. However, the 8 demonic corpses would not be able to take them down in a short time. The Green Wolf King knew that it was too late to retreat now. A hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He roared and turned into a huge wolf with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. The huge wolf spat out a huge beam of light that went straight for the Empress. The Empress formed a seal with her hands, and a huge circular barrier appeared in front of her. The barrier was colorless and transparent, and there were golden runes flashing on it. It blocked the beam of light from the huge wolf's mouth, and a temporary stalemate ensued. In Xinhu Nation, 2 figures flew out from a mountain. The Lord of Illusions looked at the huge wolf outside the bell and said softly, "The celestial wolf howls at the moon." The next moment, he and Huanyan flew up and shouted at Li Mu, "Let us out." Li Mu sent an order to the Dao Bell, and a gap appeared on the Dao Bell's shadow. The Lord of Illusions and Huanyan flew out of the gap and went straight for the Celestial Wolf King and the other demonic corpses. Li Mu couldn't participate in a battle of this level. He returned to Qianhu Nation and stood beside Huan Ji, watching the battle. Although the Lord of Illusions hadn't recovered his full strength, he was still half a level 7. With Huan Yun and the father and son working together, the 4 demonic corpses instantly felt the pressure increase, and they were immediately defeated. On the other side, the beam of light from the huge wolf's mouth had shrunk, but the Empress's expression was still calm. The Green Wolf King knew that it was no match for the Empress of the Great Zhou in terms of power. It closed its mouth and used its Dharma form to raise its huge wolf claw and swiped at the Empress. Just as the wolf claw was about to hit her, the Empress's figure suddenly disappeared. Bang! With a loud sound, the giant wolf's chest caved in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its entire body tumbled backwards, crushing a mountain and countless trees. Its huge body was like a deflated balloon, rapidly shrinking. It had been beaten back to its original size. The Empress's figure appeared where the Green Wolf King had been standing. She wiped her hands with a handkerchief and threw it away. The handkerchief dissipated in the air and turned into dust. In Qianhu Nation, Li Mu heard Huan Ji gulp beside him. In fact, he gulped too. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. The powerful Blue Wolf King was no match for the Empress at all. The Emperor's qi that the millions of people in the Great Zhou dynasty had gathered over decades of psyche power was not something a wild beast that had cultivated for hundreds of years could compare with. Generations of emperors had relied on the Emperor's qi to sit firmly in the divine capital and dominate the country. The Empress's hand looked slender and fair, but it was enough to flatten a mountain with a single punch. At the same time, countless demons in Qianhu Nation were also watching the battle in the sky. Their emotions changed from fear to surprise and shock. I didn't expect Qianhu Nation to have so many powerhouses. Her Majesty will unify the demon nation soon. Who's that woman? She's so powerful. The Green Wolf King couldn't even take one hit from her. Ha, Qianhu Nation didn't expect this, did you? They've delivered themselves to you, outside the Law Bell, in the space enveloped by the Black Lotus. 2 extremely different battles were taking place. 4 demon kings against 10 powerhouses of the same level, including a half-step 7th realm Lord of Illusions. They were no match at all. Qianhu King was caught off guard and was severely injured by the Lord of Illusions before being captured alive. The pressure on the other 3 demons increased, and they were all captured soon after. A ball of black fog was rolling around in the sky. The mana within the black fog was constantly fluctuating. Even though the situation inside could not be seen clearly, from the way the black fog was thinning, it was not easy for the Glory Sect Elder to deal with 2 level 7 demonic corpses at the same time. After Qianhu King and the other demons were captured, the Lord of Illusions and the 8 corpses went toward the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King could not even handle the Empress of the Great Zhou. With the Lord of Illusions and the corpses, he would probably be defeated immediately. The Green Wolf King released his aura and said angrily, "Lord of Illusions, are you sure you want to fight me to the death?" The Lord of Illusions sneered and said, "Old wolf, you didn't expect this day to come, did you?" The Green Wolf King looked at him and said sternly, "You forced me to self-destruct. You can't escape death today." As soon as he said that, a strong wave of dermic power came from his body. The Lord of Illusions' expression changed and he immediately retreated 100 feet with Huanyan. This space had been sealed. If the Green Wolf King self-destructed his body and primordial spirit here, everyone except the Empress of the Great Zhou would die. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled sounds, the 2 7th realm corpses flew out of the black fog. The black fog reformed into a figure. The Sage Sect Elder's face was pale. He stood side by side with the Green Wolf King and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Empress of the Great Zhou to come here personally. I underestimated the Heavenly Fox Nation, but don't push me too far. It won't do anyone any good to die together." Li Mu had been paying attention to this person since just now. He looked exactly the same as the former demon sect elder, but his aura and cultivation were very different. Could it be that the sage sect elder self-destructed in order to escape last time and then took over the body of the tiger demon? No wonder he recovered so quickly, the Green Wolf King said, let us go. Otherwise, even if I die here today, I will drag the 1,000 Fox Nation down with me. The sage sect elder also released a strong aura. Apparently, he wanted to fight with the Green Wolf King. Fear appeared on the Lord of Illusion's face. He could not ignore the threat of the Green Wolf King. The destruction of the seventh realm was too strong. Back then, in order to deal with him, the three elders of Yu and Ming, who were in charge of the ancestral and life continents, came together. They only dared to sneak an attack when he was in seclusion. If the Green Wolf King and this sage sect elder really had the intention of destroying everything, even with the protection of the bell, the 1,000 Fox country might not be able to survive. Li Mu flew back to the Empress and asked telepathically, Your Majesty, what do you think? Zhou Yi looked at the Green Wolf King and the sage sect elder and frowned. She said in a low voice, this space is sealed. The power of their self-destruction will be many times stronger. I may not be able to protect you. She looked at Li Mu and said without hesitation, let them go. Li Mu looked at the Green Wolf King again. This was the reason why there were very few battles to the death between 7th-level cultivators on the continent. Their deterrence was like a nuclear bomb. Even if they could not defeat their opponent, they could still drag both parties down with them. Although there were about 5 7th realm cultivators here, they still couldn't kill them. Seeing that the threat was effective, the Green Wolf King struck while the iron was hot. Let us go today, and I can swear that I will never invade the 1,000 Fox Nation again. This promise didn't matter. After today, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to invade the 1,000 Fox Nation again. However, if he let them go just like that, Li Mu couldn't take it lying down. He looked at the Green Wolf King and said, Where do you think this is? You can come and go as you please. I can let you go today, but only your primordial spirits can leave. You must leave your physical bodies behind. The Green Wolf King said without hesitation, Don't even think about it. Li Mu said coldly, Then there's no room for discussion. If you want to self-destruct, then self-destruct. I'd like to see if the great treasure of the Fulu school can withstand the power of your self-destruction. Blackmail, this was blatant blackmail. If they lost their physical bodies, the Green Wolf King's power would be greatly reduced. The sage sect elder, who had just recovered his cultivation, would definitely fall below the 7th realm again. The loss was too great. However, if they didn't agree, they could only self-destruct. This sage sect elder knew the name of the law bell of the Fulu school very well. If the Empress of the Great Zhou controlled it, the power of their self-destruction would be reduced by half even if they could break through the defense of the law bell. It would be easily neutralized by the Lord of Illusions and the others. At that time, their self-destruction would just be 2 grand fireworks displays. Anyway, this body wasn't his in the first place. At worst, he could just find another one. Self-destruction was just a threat. He had cultivated for 100 years to reach this level. How could he easily self-destruct his primordial spirit? He turned to look at the Green Wolf King and said in a low voice, Give it to them. This is our mistake. Don't think about escaping unscathed. How could the Green Wolf King not understand this logic? However, he was truly unwilling to give up on his physical body. The sage sect elder said in a low voice, This is an order. The Green Wolf King took a deep breath and looked down at his body reluctantly. An illusory shadow floated out from the top of his head. The sage sect elder also abandoned the tiger demon's physical body. Then, the Lord of Illusions released the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings' primordial spirits unwillingly left their bodies and followed the 2 primordial spirits into the distance. Li Mu didn't let the demon corpse stop them. The cultivation of high-level cultivators was mostly in the primordial spirit. If they wanted to completely kill a 7th realm cultivator, they would have to pay a terrible price. He didn't want the Empress to be hurt even a little. Besides, now they were no longer a threat to the Celestial Fox Kingdom. From today on, the Celestial Fox clan was officially the most powerful demon clan in the Demon Kingdom. Chapter 497. Thousand Fox Nation. 6 monster corpses were placed neatly in the square in front of the palace. The Blue Wolf King's was a 7th level body, while the other 5 were 6th level. The former monster sect elder was at the peak of the 6th level. If he wasn't stingy with materials, he could also refine early level 6th level spirit corpses. When the time came, the 8 Baron formation would become the 10 Terminal formation. It might not be enough to deal with a powerhouse like the Queen, but it wouldn't be a problem to trap the Blue Wolf King. Qin Shi, Han Shan, Sun Qi, and the others stood in front of the corpses, rubbing their hands excitedly. Their eyes were like Hu Jiao seeing a peerless handsome man. The Grand Elder was indeed the Grand Elder. He snatched several precious corpses for them as soon as he took action. 2 years ago, the corpse sect could only occasionally come across a 5th level corpse, and all the corpse refiners in the sect would fight over it. Now, 6th level powerhouses could be easily refined, and 7th level corpses were common. They had even personally touched 8th level corpses. The Grand Elder had brought the corpse sect to a new height of glory. Li Mu looked at Qin Shi and the others and said, "I'll leave these corpses to you." Qin Shi said solemnly, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. We won't let you down." The Blue Wolf King and the other monsters had lost their corpses, and their strength was greatly reduced. They needed to find new bodies and cultivate again. They wouldn't be a threat to Thousand Fox Nation in the short term. After Thousand Fox Nation's display of strength today, they wouldn't dare to have any ideas about this place even if they recovered their full strength. Li Mu could go back without worry. He looked at the powerful monster corpses and couldn't help but worry. He looked at Phantom Princess and said, "These are all I have. I'll give them all to you. In the future, don't, let's go." Zhou Qiong performed an incantation gesture in her sleeve, and Li Mu's lips closed. Then she waved her sleeve and took Li Mu with her, transforming into a streak of light that left the state of Thousand Foxes and disappeared over the horizon. Huan Ji looked in the direction they left and sighed. "It's already the 12th lunar month. I thought he could stay here for the new year. Father and brother are going into seclusion. I'm the only one left this year." Above the clouds, Li Mu's clothes were fluttering in the wind. The Empress was flying at an extremely fast speed, and they were soon out of the Yao Nation. When they passed by Mount Bai Yun, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please stop for a moment. I need to make a trip back to Mount Bai Yun. It will be the new year soon, and I need to bring my wives back." Bai Yun Mountain. Li Mu and the Empress, who had turned into Mr. Mei, descended on the main peak. This time, regardless of whether Lu Hanyan and Li Qing still had plans to go into seclusion, Li Mu was going to bring them back. It would be fine at other times, but during the new year, the family had to be reunited. Not long after, on a flying boat, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, who had already reached the peak of the 5th realm. He was speechless for a long time. Among the 3 of them, he was the first to break through, but now he was the one with the lowest cultivation. Li Mu glanced at the Empress, who was standing at the bow of the boat. If it wasn't for her, under the bombardment of resources from Fulu School, perhaps he would already be the youngest 6th realm cultivator on the continent. In the past, his cultivation was only below that of the Empress. Now, even Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were above him. Lu Hanyan also noticed Mr. Mei, who was standing alone at the bow of the boat. It was mainly because her family of 3 was at the back of the boat, and she was standing alone at the bow of the boat. It was as if she didn't fit in with the rest of the world. Lu Hanyan only glanced at him and felt very lonely. She walked over and said, "Sister, please move back a little. The wind is strong in front." Mr. Mei didn't even turn his head. He said calmly, "I like to be in the wind." Lu Hanyan didn't know why he didn't want to turn his head. He stood coldly at the bow of the boat and didn't even look at them. Seeing that he had a coldness that kept people at 1,000 miles away, they didn't get closer. Li Mu walked to the bow of the boat and said to him, "It's almost New Year's Eve. Her Majesty should be alone in the palace that day. Please go back and tell Her Majesty that if she's free on New Year's Eve, she can come to my house for dinner." Mr. Mei turned around and glanced at him. He said calmly, Her Majesty should be very busy that day. She might not agree, shouldn't do. When Li Mu and the girls returned, it was already night. At this time, it was snowing lightly in Chengdu. Li Mu stood at the door and knocked. The courtyard door opened quickly, and a head popped out. When Li Mu saw Bai Tingxin, he knew something was wrong. Before he could do anything, the green snake had already pounced on him as usual and hung on him. Bai Tingxin just pouted and wanted to kiss Li Mu's face hard when she saw Lu Hanyan and Li Qing behind him. They slid down from Li Mu's body softly. At this time, Wan Wan, Xiao Bai, and Enrich walked out of the courtyard. Big brotherly, Mississippi, benefactor, Li Mu smiled at Enrich. He hugged Wan Wan and Xiao Bai and turned them around. Then, he said, "Go in quickly." The time spent in the demon nation was not short. When they returned to Chengdu, it was close to the end of the year. It would be New Year's Eve in a few days. Compared to last year's desolation, this year's house was much livelier. Not only did Lu Hanyan and Li Qing return early, but there were also the two sisters, Enrich and Tingxin, in the house. In addition, the 4 rabbit demons were also released by Li Mu from the Demon Emperor's space. The originally desolate house immediately became lively. It was just that there were more women than men. However, there were benefits to having more women in the house. As the end of the year approached, Li Mu did not need to worry about anything in the house, be it purchasing New Year's goods or decorating the house. After serving Phantom Princess for a few months, he only needed to lie down at home. Xiao Bai and Wan Wan could serve him comfortably. Ziwei Palace. It was the last morning court session of the year. The atmosphere in the court was fiery. In the past year, the Great Zhou's national power had turned from extreme decline to extreme prosperity. The faith of the people in the country had greatly increased. The southern countries had submitted, the demons in the 36 counties had submitted, and the Great Zhou had established diplomatic relations with the demon nation for the first time. All these major events made the court officials extremely excited. The huge dragon of the Great Zhou had been sleeping for too long. Finally, this year, it began to awaken. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, with the achievements of the court last year, the end of the year should be celebrated. I propose that on New Year's Eve, we hold a banquet in the palace for all the officials to celebrate together. I second the motion." "I second the motion." In the court, many officials stood up and asked for a memorial. The achievements of the last year were worthy of a celebration for all the officials in the court. Shang Wanli walked behind the curtain and quickly came out again. "His Majesty has spoken. New Year's Eve is a day for family reunion. In the past year, all the officials have worked hard for the court. The morning court session ended and you have neglected to accompany your families. His Majesty has specially allowed the officials to spend New Year's Eve at home. After the first day of the court session, he will invite the officials to a banquet in the palace." When Shang Wanli finished speaking, the court was silent. These words made them feel extremely ashamed. The improvement of their faith, the deterrence of the various countries, the incorporation of the demons, and the establishment of diplomatic relations with the demon nation. All of these were due to Li Mu's contributions. They were far from being able to say that they had worked hard for the court session. At the same time, they were somewhat moved. In the past, because they were dissatisfied with a woman in power, they had repeatedly opposed His Majesty. However, not only did His Majesty not care about the past, he also sympathized with them and specially allowed them to reunite with their families on New Year's Eve. How magnanimous was this? After a moment of silence, the officials cupped their fists and bowed. "His Majesty is merciful. Thank His Majesty for his benevolence. I am willing to do my best for the Great Zhou. I will not hesitate to die 10,000 deaths." After His Majesty's reminder, many officials thought of their families and felt somewhat guilty. They must accompany their families on New Year's Eve so that they would not let His Majesty down. The officials had already left. At the entrance of Ziwei Hall, Zhou Xiong asked Minister Zhou Jing, "Big brother, on New Year's Eve this year, should we invite His Majesty?" Without waiting for him to finish, Zhou Jing shook his head and said, "How can His Majesty leave the palace on New Year's Eve? It is not appropriate. There is no need to mention it again. Looking at his big brother's departing figure, Zhou Xiong sighed. Although His Majesty was His Majesty, she was also the daughter of the Zhou family. She had not returned to the Zhou family for many years. How lonely would it be for her to be alone in the palace on New Year's Eve? After the morning court session, Zhou Yi left the back hall of Ziwei Hall. The moment she walked out of the hall, her figure disappeared into thin air. In the Li residence, Bai Tingxin saw Zhou Yi appear out of thin air in the courtyard. She ran over and took her hand, saying, "Sister Zhou, you came at the right time. We were just about to make dumplings." A group of women were making dumplings in the courtyard while Li Mu was busy in the study. Tomorrow was the court session. The Empress did not have to worry, but Li Mu had to worry. This court session was different. In addition to the officials from all the counties, the southern countries and the Thousand Fox country would also send envoys. If something went wrong, it would be the great Zhou that would lose face. In the courtyard, Xiaobai was making dumplings in various animal shapes. When she heard a knock on the door, she washed her hands and ran over. She opened the door and saw two women and a man standing outside. She felt very close to them. She asked curiously, "Who are you looking for?" A young and beautiful woman looked at her and asked with a smile, "Are you Xiaobai?" In the study, Li Mu, who was reviewing the proceedings of the court session, suddenly felt a few familiar auras. He looked outside in shock and muttered, "No way, the Empress of the Great Zhou pretended to be a female official, and the Empress of the Thousand Fox country pretended to be an envoy of the demon country." Li Mu walked out of the study and saw Huan Ji, Hu Jiu, and Hu Lu, who had already entered the courtyard. He was speechless. In the courtyard, Zhou Yi looked at Huan Ji and said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Huan Ji snorted and said, "This is not your home. If you can come, why can't I?" Lu Hanyan gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu knew that this was to save him some face and explain it to her at night. After Huan Ji came to the Li residence, she had no intention of leaving. Li Mu asked Wan Wan and Xiaobai to make a few more dumplings. It was supposed to be a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve, but it was not a reunion at all. The women in the family were clearly divided into 4 camps. Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, and Wan Wan were in one camp. Xiaobai was temporarily with Huan Ji. This was the first time she met someone of the same race after the death of her family. After a while, she kept calling out, "Sister Huan Ji." The Empress and Bai Tingxin were in the same camp. Li Mu did not know when their relationship became so close. When the two empresses met, there was naturally tension. As for Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they looked at Li Mu suspiciously from time to time. Although they did not ask, Li Mu knew that it would not be easy to pass the test at night. The reunion dinner was tasteless. Only Inxin was a quiet snake beauty, which comforted Li Mu. This was the first time that Li Mu felt that it was not a good thing to have too many women in the family. The peace in the harem and the harmony between sisters were all fake. He had been deceived by that Rong Xiaorong. The happiness of Tongning and Li Yi only existed in novels. Chapter 498. The moment the old year entered the new year, countless bright fireworks bloomed in the night sky of Shendu in the Li residence. The smoke that had been lingering for a long time eased. Everyone looked up at the night sky and was attracted by the beautiful scenery. Fiery trees and silver flowers, a riot of colors. This was a grand display of fireworks created by the master craftsmen of the Ministry of Works. At this moment, the divine capital under the night sky was as bright as day. Beautiful faces were reflected in the light beside Li Mu. Surrounded by beauties, it was more beautiful than the fireworks in the sky. If they could love each other and live in harmony, how good would that be? Unfortunately, this was only Li Mu's beautiful hope. After the fireworks show, Li Mu took the initiative to ask the Empress to stay in the Li residence. Now that she was back in the palace, even Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li were not by her side. What left her was only extreme loneliness. The Empress glanced at Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. She rejected Li Mu without hesitation and said to Bai Tingxin, "Tingxin, come back to the palace with me." Bai Tingxin took her hand and said, "Okay." Li Mu didn't know when the two of them formed such a deep revolutionary friendship. After the Empress and Ting Xian's figures disappeared in front of him, Phantom Princess's gaze swept over the women beside Li Mu and said faintly, "We're also returning to the Chamberlain of Dependencies." After that, she left with Hu 6 and Hu 9. Li Mu read some meaning from her eyes. This time, he was afraid that his image of a lecher would be completely confirmed in Phantom Princess's heart. He did not ask Phantom Princess to stay because there were not enough rooms in the house. After all the outsiders left, Li Mu returned to his room and explained to Lu Hanyan why there were almost no rooms in the house after she had been in seclusion for a few months. Li Mu said seriously, "You know, Xian and Tingxin are my nieces. Brother Bai and his wife are wandering outside, so they asked me to take care of them and guide their cultivation." "This is normal," Lu Hanyan asked, "but I heard from Wanwan that you have already severed ties with the White Demon King." Li Mu said helplessly, "I'm not him. I don't know why he suddenly acted this way. The thoughts of the demon race can't be understood with common sense. After all, Xian and Ting Xian had gone through life and death with them." Lu Hanyan also knew about the relationship between Li Mu and the White Demon King, so she didn't harp on this matter. She asked again, "Is there something that you and the fox from the Thousand Fox Kingdom haven't told me?" Li Mu denied, "No, it's just to support the Thousand Fox Nation and keep the Diabolism and the Celestial Wolf Tribe in check. I stayed in the Celestial Fox Nation for a long time and saved her family, helped her seize power, and also became their Grand Preceptor, giving her ideas and strategies." Lu Hanyan asked, "Only the Grand Preceptor?" Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't tell me you also heard some rumors. Don't you know me? Would I become the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation?" "Don't believe those rumors," Lu Hanyan frowned and asked, "What Empress?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment and waved his hand. "Forget it," Lu Hanyan looked at him indifferently. "Speak." Li Mu said concisely, "It's nothing. It's just that Phantom Princess is now the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation. She wanted me to be the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation, but I refused." Seeing that Lu Hanyan was looking at him with a scrutinizing look, Li Mu was disappointed and said, "You doubt me, you actually doubt me. We've been married for so long, and you've been in closed-door training at Mount Baiyun. Do I have any complaints? These days, I've kept my chastity to you and never flirted with other women. So many people have tempted me with their beauty, and that fox spirit even asked me to be the Empress. I've kept my bottom line, but now you're doubting me." Li Mu was full of complaints. Lu Hanyan thought carefully and realized that after they got married, she had indeed spent very little time with Li Mu. A look of guilt appeared on her face. She grabbed his hand and said, "Didn't I keep Wanwan by your side? She and Xiaobai only have you in their hearts. They'll be yours sooner or later. It's your fault for keeping your chastity." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "They're still too young. I still think of them as children, Xiaobai and Wanwan. One was a fool and the other was a fool." Li Mu couldn't convince himself for the time being. Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, "You think Wanwan and Xiaobai are too young, but Her Majesty isn't young, right? She's almost mature." Li Mu covered her mouth and said, "What are you saying?" As a woman, there were some things that Lu Hanyan could sense with her intuition. Many years ago, when she first saw the Empress, who was still the Crown Princess, she had inexplicably felt some hostility toward her. Only now did she realize where that trace of hostility had come from. At that time, she had a premonition that that woman would steal her man in the future. At this moment, she couldn't describe what she was feeling. Lu Hanyan shook her head and tossed this thought to the back of her mind. She then gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu understood. With a flick of his finger, he extinguished the candles in the room. Every year on the first day of the first lunar month, the imperial court would routinely hold a grand court assembly. During Emperor Xian's reign, the 36 counties were unstable. The Yao Kingdom and the Ghost Realm repeatedly invaded, and the small countries in the south also began to harbor disloyalty year after year. In the entire Grand Court Assembly, there were very few good things worth mentioning. After the Grand Court Assembly, the officials would often sink into a long period of worry. So in the end, Emperor Xian simply cancelled the Grand Court Assembly. Out of sight, out of mind. This Grand Court Assembly was the one that the officials had looked forward to the most in the past few decades. In the past year, Great Zhou had achieved too much. The number of crimes in each county had decreased, the faith of the people had increased, and the incorporation of the demons had been exceptionally smooth. Now, each county no longer needed the Department of Worship to govern. The cooperation between the government and the demon department was enough to ensure the peace of the land. The Yao Kingdom, which had always been Great Zhou's enemy, also sent an envoy this time to convey the goodwill of the Queen of Thousand Fox Country. The ambassadors of the southern countries, except for Shan Country, all expressed their allegiance to Great Zhou. During the morning court assembly, the officials rarely closed their mouths. After the Grand Court Assembly was dismissed, His Majesty held a grand banquet in the palace for the officials. All the officials returned home to their heart's content. The streets of Shendu were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The common people wore new clothes and flooded the streets to wish each other a happy new year. After the banquet, the officials returned to their manors. This was their longest holiday of the year. Except for a few important yamens, the rest of the yamens would only open after the Lantern Festival. Li Mu walked out of the palace gates and strolled on the streets. It had been a long time since he felt the greetings of the common people. Lord Li, Happy New Year. Long time no see, Lord Li, you're amazing. You even settled the Yao Kingdom. I heard that the Queen of Thousand Fox Country wants Lord Li to be her empress. Is that true? After not seeing Li Mu for a few months, the common people's enthusiasm did not diminish. In fact, it was even greater than before. Everyone knew that Lord Li had not been slacking off in the past few months, nor did he abandon the common people. Instead, he had gone to the most dangerous Yao Kingdom to fight on the front lines to protect Great Zhou and the common people. Once again, reality proved that this was a person they could always trust, no matter what. The feeling of bathing in the mind power made Li Mu feel very comfortable. As he walked, he continuously absorbed the mind power of the common people. At a certain moment, Li Mu's body suddenly trembled and he stood rooted to the ground. At the same time that he absorbed the mind power, a huge surge of heaven and earth power suddenly descended from the sky and surged into his body. The heaven and earth power was originally very violent, but this surge of heaven and earth power was very gentle. After entering Li Mu's body, it directly merged with his primordial spirit. Li Mu's cultivation level, at this moment, jumped from the early stage of the fifth realm to the peak of the fifth realm. Li Mu stood rooted to the ground in shock. He was caught off guard by this huge surprise. On the path of cultivation, whether it was cultivating the body or the primordial spirit, it was all about finding ways to allow the body and the primordial spirit to hold more dharmic powers. The primordial spirit was like a container. The larger the container, the more dharmic powers it could hold, and the stronger it would be. The path of cultivation was to expand the container. After this surge of heaven and earth power merged with Li Mu's primordial spirit, his primordial spirit instantly became much stronger. The dharmic powers it could hold also greatly increased. There was only one reason for this situation to occur so inexplicably. The Taoist technique that he created had received the approval of heaven and earth. Just like Xiao Yu back then, with just a few short sentences, it had resonated with heaven and earth. It had instantly raised her from a small Yin spirit to a fifth realm evil spirit. Li Mu had once been very unhappy about this. Now, he finally experienced Xiao Yu's happiness. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a trace of understanding suddenly rose in his heart. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. These were once just grand words that he had said. However, whether it was for the Empress or for the Great Zhou, Li Mu was truly living up to these words. Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people. The people of the divine capital had their own judgment. Did spreading the heavenly book's contents in order to inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints count? For the sake of establishing peace for all ages, taking in the demons of the Great Zhou, turning enemies into friends with the demon nation, and promoting the peaceful coexistence of humans and demons. Although it was only a small step, he was still working towards this great goal. The empowerment of the power of heaven and earth was his reward. This was not all of the reward. When Li Mu completely lived up to the phrase, establishing peace for all ages, he would also completely master these few lines of the mantra. At that time, who knew what level the empowerment of the power of heaven and earth would allow him to reach? Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. His previous thinking was indeed correct. This was the true shortcut of cultivation. When Taoist techniques appeared in the world, other than the empowerment of the power of heaven and earth, they would also be accompanied by supernatural powers. For example, Xiao Yu's snow domain. Within a certain area, the enemy's supernatural power would be weakened, and her power would increase greatly. Who knew what kind of powerful supernatural powers these 4 lines of mantra would allow Li Mu to master? Of course, he would not test it out in public. If something happened again, he would be embarrassed in public. At this time, he needed to find someone who was powerful, who could protect him, and whom he trusted very much. Thus, Li Mu turned around and returned to the palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at him and said with great surprise, "What did you do? How did your cultivation level increase so much in such a short time?" Li Mu gave her a simple explanation. Then, he walked out of the palace and began his first attempt. He silently chanted the 4 lines of mantra in his heart. Nothing strange happened around him. However, Li Mu quickly realized that after chanting the mantra, he could control the power of heaven and earth in a certain area around him. As everyone knew, cultivators could control spiritual energy, but they could not control the power of heaven and earth. They could only use the mantra and handprints to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to perform a fixed supernatural power. This was teaching a man to fish. If he could directly control the power of heaven and earth, then it would be filled with endless variables. After all, he could control the power of heaven and earth at will. In principle, he could use it however he wanted. He would not be restricted to one supernatural power. This was teaching a man to fish. If other Tao techniques were fish, then these 4 lines of mantra would be fishing gear. With a fishing rod, fishing line, and bait, he could theoretically catch any fish he wanted. In fact, Li Mu had already thought of a wonderful way to use them. He could directly control the power of heaven and earth, and not use the mantra and handprints to mobilize it. In this way, all Tao techniques would be no secret to him. He did not need to know the mantra and handprints. He only needed to use the power of heaven and earth to simulate them, and he could achieve the exact same effect. Li Mu planned to test it out with the Empress. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out of his ear. The Tao bell rapidly became the size of a palm, and circled around Li Mu. Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood. Every time a new supernatural power or Tao technique appeared, the origin power of heaven and earth would be born. This was the Tao bell's favorite thing. Although this was not the first time that these 4 lines of mantra had appeared, this was the first time that Li Mu had used a Tao technique. The cracks that had appeared on the Tao bell had been repaired by the origin power of heaven and earth. The origin power of heaven and earth produced by those minor Tao techniques could repair and strengthen the Tao bell. Would such a heaven-defying Tao technique be able to increase its power? If the Tao bell could be strengthened, Li Mu would be even more fearless in the future. The Tao bell circled Li Mu faster and faster, and it showed no signs of stopping. Li Mu had never seen it so excited before. It looked like there was a lot of origin power of heaven and earth being born this time. He also started to look forward to it. Beside Li Mu, Zhou Yi was also looking at it with interest. At a certain moment, the Tao bell suddenly stopped spinning. A dazzling light shone from the body of the bell. Li Mu instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the Tao bell had already disappeared. A naked little girl was floating in front of him. The little girl was about 2 feet tall. She had an oval-shaped face and beautiful black hair. Li Mu had no time to pay attention to the little girl. His expression changed, and he blurted out, "Where's my bell?" Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly formed a seal and a set of clothes appeared on the little girl's body. The little girl's eyes were blank for a moment. When she saw Li Mu, her confusion turned into clarity. She flew toward him and said in a childish voice, "Father." Li Mu instinctively caught the little girl and hugged her. The little girl looked left and right, then reached out to Zhou Yi and said sweetly, "Mother." Zhang Chun and Prince Shou, who had just walked out of the Imperial Clan Temple and were planning to return to their residences for a long vacation, stood in a daze. They looked at the two figures in the square in front of the Changle Palace. They did not move for a long time, as if they had been petrified. Her Majesty, and Li Mu actually secretly had a child. Chapter 499. Inside Changle Palace. Li Mu looked up and down at the little girl floating in the air. Even now, he still couldn't understand how the Law Bell could become a human. He had only heard of plants, animals, and insects becoming spirits. He had never heard of a transcendent artifact becoming a spirit. Li Mu looked at her and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Can you still become a bell?" As soon as she finished speaking, a small clock appeared under the little girl's body. She sat on the clock and blinked her large eyes as she looked at Li Mu. Li Mu relaxed. As long as the Law Bell was still there, it was fine. If he really lost the bell, not only would he lose a powerful transcendent artifact, but he also wouldn't be able to answer to F. Lu's school. Then, he said to the little girl, "Actually, you misunderstood. I'm not your father." The little girl said stubbornly, "Father." Li Mu wanted to correct her, but the Empress waved her hand and said, "It's useless for you to say this to her. Because of you, she was able to transform. In her heart, you are her father. In fact, this is the case." Li Mu's lips moved, but he didn't say anything else. The Empress's words made sense. Although the Law Bell had existed for a long time, it was much harder for a transcendent artifact to gain intelligence than a creature that was born with intelligence. She had been influenced a lot by Li Mu. After transforming, she could speak the human language, but her intelligence was only equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. She was born because of Li Mu, so naturally, she saw him as her father. The first person she saw was the Empress, so she saw her as her mother. Many animals had similar habits. If the word father was macroscopic, it wasn't just limited to biology. It wasn't wrong to say that Li Mu was her father. After all, it was Li Mu who created her. But no matter what, her mother should be Lu Hanyan. Li Mu wanted to explain to her, but she stretched out her arms to the Empress and said, "Mother, hug." The Empress reached out and hugged her. A smile that Li Mu had never seen before appeared on her face. Li Mu swallowed the words he was about to spit out when he saw the overflowing maternal instinct of the Empress. Based on his understanding of the Empress, he was certain that if he dared to ruin the Empress's mood, what awaited him would be an extremely cruel ending. Women of this age were at the age when their maternal instincts were overflowing, especially women of the same age as the Empress. Even if they married later, their children would already be able to run and jump. Although the Empress was still inexperienced, she also had the instincts of a woman. Today, he wasn't in the mood to experiment with Tao techniques. With complicated feelings, he said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, how about I bring her back first?" For such a young lady to appear in the Imperial Palace, beside the Empress, and even call her mother, if this matter were to spread, the entire Imperial Court, the entire Shendu, and even the entire Great Zhou would be in an uproar. The Empress clearly knew this as well. She gently kissed the young lady's face and said to her, "Go home with your father first. Mother will come and see you later." As Li Mu carried the young lady out of the Imperial Palace, he was still pondering over the Empress's words. No matter how he listened to them, they sounded strange. It was as if this young lady was really Li Mu's child. However, Li Mu quickly put this matter to the back of his mind and cast an invisibility spell on the young lady. The outside world had always been saying that he was the Empress of the Demon Kingdom. If the people of the Shendu saw this, who knew what kind of gossip would spread? Changle Palace. After Li Mu left, Zhou Yi summoned Shangguan Li and lightly said, "Have the Assistant Minister of Personnel, Zhang Chun, and Prince Shou come and see me." After returning to the Li mansion, Li Mu discovered that the courtyard was very lively. Not only was Ting Xianin at home, even Phantom Princess was there. He removed the invisibility spell on the young lady. Wan, who ran over, was stunned. She asked, "Young master, whose child is this?" Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, and the others also looked at Li Mu. Under the gaze of so many people, the young lady seemed to be a little shy. She hugged Li Mu's neck and nervously said, "Father." Wan and Xiao Bai were dumbfounded. The other pretty faces in the courtyard also turned pale with fright. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Listen to me. It's not what you think." He had turned the Dao Bell into its original form and swore to the heavens in order to gain their trust. In fact, after Lu Hanyan and the others discovered the young lady's true form, there was nothing to be suspicious about. She was clearly a spiritual body. She couldn't have been born by Li Mu or a ghost. The adorable young lady quickly ignited the radiance of motherly love in the girls. They surrounded Li Mu and touched her face and pinched her arms. Xiao Bai suddenly asked, "Benefactor, what's her name?" Li Mu was stunned. He hadn't thought about this question. Thus, the girls began to enthusiastically give her a name. Wan murmured, "What's her surname?" "Is it young Master's Li?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Her surname is Zhong." After all, the Dao Bell was from the Fulu school. It wasn't appropriate for her to take his surname. Even if he was the future sect master, it wasn't appropriate for him to take the sect's assets as his own. The girls all expressed their opinions about the name of the young lady, but no one could convince anyone. Lu Hanyan looked at her pink little face and suddenly said, "Since she's a consciousness created by the Dao Bell, why don't we call her Zhong Yi?" Li Qing agreed. "This name has a good meaning." Xiao Bai also chimed in, Zhong Yi, it sounds very nice." Li Mu shook his head decisively. "This name won't do, definitely not." Lu Hanyan had thought of this name with great difficulty, but Li Mu rejected it for no reason. She said in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you tell me why this name won't do?" Li Mu didn't know how to explain it to her. Just as he was in a dilemma, Xian suddenly stepped forward and helped Li Mu out of his predicament. "How about the name Zhongling?" Zhongling is both her name and her identity. The girls thought for a moment and felt that this name was more suitable. Even Lu Hanyan gave up on her original name. She picked up the little girl and said with a smile, "Ling, let's hear you call me mother." This time, she didn't get what she wanted. No matter how she teased her or tempted her with delicious food, the little girl didn't say a word. Wan said, "Young miss, she's just been born, so she probably doesn't know how to say a mother yet. She'll learn very quickly if you teach her." At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation in the courtyard of the Li residence, and the Empress figure appeared. The little girl stretched out her hands and said happily, "Mother." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan, whose expression had changed, and his vision turned black. In the courtyard of the Li residence, the girls were teasing the little girl Zhongling. Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and her maid were conducting a joint interrogation of Li Mu. Without waiting for them to ask, Li Mu took the initiative to explain, "She's just a newborn baby." What kind of thoughts can a newborn have? The first person she sees will be her father and mother. Coincidentally, when she was born, Her Majesty and I were in the palace. I definitely didn't teach her this. As the first wife, Lu Hanyan was still angry. Li Qing pulled her wrist and said, "This isn't his fault." Lu Hanyan said unhappily, "Why are you always protecting him?" Li Mu felt gratified that one of the judges had already betrayed him. Since he met Li Qing, as the leader, she had always protected him. This kind of feeling was not something that Lu Hanyan could understand. Wan also held Lu Hanyan's hand and said, "Miss, I think what the young master said this time is right." Li Qing and Wan both stood on Li Mu's side. Even if Lu Hanyan was angry, she couldn't vent it on Li Mu. Li Mu struck while the iron was hot. He grabbed her hand and said, "She's a child. She doesn't know anything. She'll know everything after I teach her." Li Mu pulled her back into the courtyard and said to Zhongling, "In the future, when you see her, you have to call her mother. Do you understand?" Zhongling nodded as if she understood. She looked at Lu Hanyan and said in a childish voice, "Second mother." Li Mu's vision darkened again. He no longer hoped that this little brat would be able to improve the harmony of the family. As long as she didn't destroy it, it would be fine. No one would be able to tolerate the first wife becoming the second mother. Li Mu temporarily let the Empress take her away. He could forego the Dao Bell, but he had to coax his wife well. When he walked into Lu Hanyan's room, he just happened to see Illusion Princess fanning the flames in front of Lu Hanyan. She pretended to be considerate of Lu Hanyan and said, "Let me tell you, Zhou Yi has bad intentions towards your husband. You have to be careful. Don't let your husband be snatched away by someone else." Lu Hanyan glanced at her. The Empress might have other intentions, but this fox was definitely not a good fox. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands and Illusion Princess was teleported out. Then, the door immediately closed. Illusion Princess stood in the courtyard. She wasn't angry at all. She hummed a song and left. She couldn't win against Zhou Yi, but someone else could. No matter how high her status was or how strong she was, in front of someone, she was still an outsider. Li Mu walked to the bedside and sat down next to Lu Hanyan. He said, "Why are you angry with a little girl who just gained intelligence?" Lu Hanyan said, "Why am I not angry? The three of you are like a family." "What am I? Second mother?" As his legal wife, she did have a reason to be angry. Li Mu hugged her and comforted her. "It's my fault. I should have considered the possibility that she could transform. I should have considered that she would call people randomly. I should have let her transform at home." Hearing Li Mu say this, Lu Hanyan felt that she was being unreasonable. She shouldn't blame him because of an accident. Li Mu said again, "In a moment, I will tell her that she can't call Her Majesty Mother anymore. I will have her call you. If she doesn't listen, I will spank her. If she still doesn't listen, I will send her back to Fulu school." Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, "Why are you arguing with a little girl?" Li Mu hugged her and asked, "You're not angry anymore?" Lu Hanyan turned her head away and didn't say anything. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Aren't you just jealous of Her Majesty? Zhongling calls me father and she calls me mother, but I still call her Her Majesty. We have our own relationships." Lu Hanyan huffed softly and said, "We don't have to have our own relationships. If you have the ability, marry Her Majesty and bring her home. What's wrong with letting her be the first wife of the Li family?" Li Mu said, "We have already gone through the wedding ceremony and are married. No matter when, you will always be the first wife." Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked, "You really want to?" Li Mu said seriously, "I swear, I don't want to." These words came from the bottom of his heart. After experiencing the twists and turns of the past 2 days, Li Mu understood that Lu Hanyan and Li Qing being able to get along was already his good fortune. In this family, other than Wan Wan and Xiao Bai, there was no room for another woman. Even if there was room, they would build another courtyard next door. This was for his own sake. Lu Hanyan's tone suddenly softened. "Actually, I know that little sister Qing and I are always in seclusion and can't accompany you for a long time. This is unfair to you. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are also too young. If you want, you can have someone who can always accompany you by your side. Besides Her Majesty, I think Tingxin and Yinxin would also be willing." Li Mu sneered in his heart. If Li Qing had said this, he might have believed it a little. Coming from Lu Hanyan's mouth, he couldn't even believe the punctuation marks. If he dared to nod his head now, he would have to sleep alone in the study for the next 3 days. After knowing each other for so many years, how could Li Mu not understand her tricks? Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Are you joking? I don't want to at all. Tingxin and Yinxin were just looking for me. I'll go over for a moment." After leaving Lu Hanyan's room, Li Mu went to the courtyard where the 2 sisters lived. The 2 sisters were in the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked, "Yinxin, Tingxin, are you looking for me for something?" Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu reluctantly and said, "Father said in the spirit snail today that he wants us to go back to the Eastern Sea. Humans had a new year, and the dragon clan had a similar festival. They would worship the dragon god on the 2nd of February every year. This was the most important festival for the dragon clan. Both Tingxin and Yinxin had half of the dragon clan's bloodline. The White Demon King and his wife had already gone to the Eastern Sea in advance. Li Mu said, I'll get someone to send you to the Eastern Sea. Enchanting smiled and said, no need. We'll go by water. There won't be any danger. Li Mu thought for a moment. With their current strength and wealth, even a fifth realm cultivator would have to avoid them. Normally, there wouldn't be any danger. However, just in case, Li Mu still gave them 2 realm breaker pills. He refined these pills when he was in the Demon Kingdom. Other than giving them to Phantom Princess's subordinates, Li Mu also kept a few for himself. Tingxin and Inxin's strength had increased rapidly in the past few months, especially Tingxin. Her cultivation had already surpassed Inxin. She was only 1 step away from the 5th realm. Needless to say, this was naturally due to the Empress's efforts. As long as she could hug the Empress's thigh, her cultivation path would be smooth. Li Mu used 3 days to help them refine the realm breaker pills. He waited until their cultivation had broken through before sending them away. Before they left, the 2 sisters took the initiative to hug Li Mu. Tingxin even gave Li Mu a spirit snail for communication. Considering her clingy personality, Li Mu was worried that she would call the spirit snail every day to annoy him. He didn't want to accept it at first, but he was also worried that they wouldn't be able to contact him if something happened. Thus, he could only reluctantly accept it. Without the 2 sisters, the house was much quieter. Lu Hanyan and Wanwan went to Great Music Lane. Xiao Bai took Phantom Princess to tour Shendu. Other than the 4 maids, only Li Mu and Li Qing were at home. The 2 sat on the swing in the courtyard with their fingers interlocked. Li Mu asked, when are you returning to Mount Baiyun this time? Li Qing said softly, sister said that we'll wait until after the Lantern Festival. Li Mu was a little silent, but that was all. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were not ordinary women. It was impossible for them to stay at home like ordinary women and help their husband and children. They couldn't give up their cultivation. Li Mu was the same. However, his cultivation method was special. He relied on psychokinesis instead of seclusion. Beside Li Mu, the one who didn't care about cultivation and only wanted to grow flowers and plants was the Empress, who had the highest cultivation. Li Qing felt Li Mu's disappointment and said with some guilt, sister, and I know that this is unfair to you. If there was someone who could always be by your side, we wouldn't object. But I heard from sister that you refused. Li Mu looked at her blankly and asked, you mean, she wasn't joking? Changle Palace. Zhou Yi hugged Zhongling. The little girl shook her head and looked at her and asked, Mother, does father not want us anymore? Zhou Yi kissed her face and said, he'll be here in a while. Not long after, Li Mu walked into Changle Palace with a look of regret. Zhongling flapped her arms and flew into his arms. Li Mu sighed, looked at the Empress, and asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, Don't ask me about the trouble you caused. Li Mu thought about it. If he forcefully corrected Zhongling, it might cause irreparable damage to her young heart. No matter what, the child was innocent. So he looked at the Empress and said, How about this? In the future, Ling will call me father and you mother. I'll call you Your Majesty, and you can call me Li Mu. How about we call each other? Chapter 500. The Empress had no reason to reject Li Mu's suggestion. If they didn't go their separate ways, would they get married on the spot just because Zhongling called them father and mother a few times? That was ridiculous. After resolving this awkward matter, Li Mu planned to continue the Dao technique experiment that he had put on hold. He looked at the Empress and said, Your Majesty, can you use any mystical power or Dao technique? Zhou Yi didn't ask any questions. She made a few hand seals, and a circular shield with flashing runes appeared in front of her. Li Mu had seen this move before. She had used this move to block the Green Wolf King's full-powered attack. When the Empress used this technique, Li Mu was acutely aware of the trajectory of the power of heaven and earth around them. But she was too fast, and Li Mu couldn't remember it at all. Li Mu said, Your Majesty, slow down. Do it again. Zhou Yi dispersed the mystical power and cast the spell again. Li Mu closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Do it again. Again. After 5 or 6 times, Li Mu didn't speak again. He didn't recite any mantras, nor did he make any hand seals. But a defensive shield with flashing runes slowly took shape in front of him. Li Mu was overjoyed. His guess was right. The essence of Tao techniques and mystical power was the transformation of the power of heaven and earth. Mantras and hand seals were only the key to opening the door. If he could directly open the door, why would he need the key? But controlling the power of heaven and earth was really inconceivable. Since ancient times, no one had done it. Li Mu's ability was more like he had received the approval of heaven and earth. This sounded a little difficult to understand, but if the approval of heaven and earth was connected with the approval of the people, it wasn't hard to understand. In the end, it was because of telekinesis. The power of the human heart was the most mysterious power that Li Mu had come into contact with. This ability was very important in fights of magical powers. It was similar to the 9 words mantra, which only had 1 word and was short but powerful. Of course, it was faster to use the mantra in combination with the handprint. However, if the mantra was too long, it would be faster to directly control the power of heaven and earth. More importantly, this ability was simply a great tool to steal from others. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, there was no divine ability that he couldn't steal. Zhou Yi looked at the sacred art forming in front of Li Mu. She was already used to it. After being shocked so many times, she was already used to it. Li Mu did not hide anything from the Empress, and told her everything that had happened. As for other things, Li Mu didn't mind sharing them with the Empress. However, this time, even if he told the Empress the method, she wouldn't be able to learn it. The 4 mantras needed to be practiced with one's own body. It wasn't something that could be learned by simply reciting a few mantras and forming a few hand seals. When he carried Zhongling home, Li Mu solemnly instructed her, "I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, but if you don't want to be sent back to Mount Baiyun, you can't be called second mother or third mother. Just call them both mother." Seeing Zhongling nodding her head as if she understood, Li Mu was slightly relieved. After returning home, Li Mu realized that Li Si and Chen Miaomiao were also here. These 2 days were the days to visit relatives and friends. Li Mu sat down with Li Si and said, "Call old Zhang over later. Let's have a few drinks." Li Si shook his head and said, "I went to old Zhang's house just now. He's not home." Li Mu was puzzled. It's the new year. Where could he have gone? Li Si said, "I heard from his wife that he left Chengdu on the first day of the new year. It seems like he went on a business trip somewhere. Prince Shou went with him and will only be back in a month." When did old Zhang become so diligent? Li Mu was puzzled. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not care about him. Let's drink." After drinking a few cups, Li Si asked Li Mu, "When are you and the boss going to do it?" Li Si's words reminded Li Mu. Although there were actually 2 mistresses in the house, Li Qing's status was still unknown. When Li Mu walked on the street, the people in Chengdu asked about them many times. Although Li Qing didn't care about these worldly etiquette, Li Mu didn't want her to lack what other women had. This was a good opportunity to hold the wedding. When he was discussing this with Li Qing shook her head and said, "No need. I don't care about these things." Before Li Mu could persuade her, Lu Hanyan said firmly, "No. Although you don't care, we can't let the people in Chengdu gossip. I'll ask Wan and Xiao Bai to prepare for this." Li Qing didn't insist anymore since the first wife of the Li family had spoken. Because of the previous experience, Li Qing liked to keep things simple. This time, a lot of red tape was removed from the ceremony. Li Mu set up a few tables at home and invited a few good friends. The atmosphere at the banquet was festive. At a table in the corner, Mr. Mei looked at the newlyweds in wedding clothes from afar. He turned to Shengguan Li and complained, "It's all your fault for cursing me back then. I'm still unmarried now." Shengguan Li glanced at him and said, "Didn't you curse me back then too?" Across from them, Phantom Princess drank the wine in her cup. She clearly wanted to get drunk, but her body became more and more sober. She glanced at the woman above her. She saw that Zhou Qiong, who had changed her appearance, was drinking alone like her. At this moment, the hatred in her heart was no longer there. Instead, there was a trace of sympathy, beside Phantom Princess, who Jiao drank a jar of wine and murmured, "What kind of wine can make the primordial spirit drunk?" "I don't want to be so sober." Phantom Princess chopped at his neck with her palm and his body softly fell to the ground. Late at night, after the guests left, Li Mu pushed open the door to a room in the inner courtyard. The room was decorated with red silk and lanterns, and it looked very festive. A figure with a red cloth over her head sat quietly by the bed. Li Mu waved his sleeves behind him, and the door closed automatically. Not long after, the candles in the room went out quietly. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, on the night of Shangyuan, Lu Hanyan and Wanwan came back from the Miaoying bar. They asked Xiao Bai in the yard, "Where is your benefactor?" Xiao Bai said bitterly, "He went to the lantern show with Sister Qing." Lu Hanyan snorted and said, "When we got married, I didn't see him so eager. We were together every day, and he didn't find it annoying." Before Li Mu reached the door, he heard Lu Hanyan's complaints. He walked in with Li Qing with a few lanterns and said, "I picked these for you. See if you like them." Wanwan and Xiao Bai hung the lanterns under the eaves. Li Qing was called to the room by Lu Hanyan. She looked at Li Qing and asked, "We are going back to the sect in 2 days. Have you packed your things?" Li Qing's face reddened. She whispered, "Can we stay for a few more days?" Lu Hanyan seemed to have expected this. She rolled her eyes and said, "I know you can't bear to leave. Just stay for another month." Seeing that Li Qing was still reluctant, Lu Hanyan suddenly looked at her and asked, "Do you think that I only have eyes for cultivation and not this family?" Li Qing looked at her, thought for a moment, and said, "Our cultivation is not low now. Sooner or later, we will reach the 6th realm. There is no need to rush." Lu Hanyan asked, "Then what about the 7th realm?" Li Qing shook her head and said, "With our talent, the 6th realm should be the end of our cultivation. No matter how much we cultivate in seclusion, we will not be able to break through." Lu Hanyan asked again, "Then what about husband?" Li Qing was momentarily speechless. Li Mu was the future headmaster of Fulu School. He cultivated with the will of the people. The 6th realm would definitely not be the end of his cultivation path. He would definitely reach the 7th realm early and even have the possibility of reaching an even higher realm. Lu Hanyan continued, "If we can't advance to the 7th realm, our lifespan will only be 260 years. My husband's lifespan is at least 160 years longer than ours. Do you want him to watch as our lifespan ends?" She looked at Li Qing and said, "Besides, in these 2 years, he has been going to the Yao Kingdom and then to other places. Each time he is gone, he will be gone for months. Even if we stay in the divine capital, what use is there? It is better to cultivate in the sect and work hard to raise our cultivation. Only this way will we have a chance to increase our lifespan." A look of understanding appeared on Li Qing's face. She had not thought of this point at all. Lu Hanyan finally took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Most importantly, once our lifespan ends, someone will be able to openly be with him for 60 years or even more. How can I let her succeed so easily?" Changle Palace. Zhou Yi, who was leaning against the dragon throne and reading, suddenly raised her head and frowned. "Who is talking about us?" "The Li estate." Li Mu patiently taught Lu Hanyan how to read. Today, he was in an extremely good mood. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing had decided to stay for another month. This meant that during this month, he did not have to stay alone in an empty room. It seemed that they had already understood that women could not only focus on cultivation, but they could not leave their families behind. Many women were too busy with work and lacked companionship. This caused them to feel empty and lonely, resulting in them having an affair and benefiting old Wang next door. What Lu Hanyan was worried about was clearly the Empress next door. In the end, the one who benefited was Li Mu. On odd days, he would dual cultivate with Lu Hanyan, and on even days, he would dual cultivate with Li Qing. The relationship between husband and wife was harmonious. After another month, it was not impossible for the three of them to cultivate together. Under his careful guidance, Zhongling had already changed a lot. Now, no matter if she saw Lu Hanyan or Li Qing, she would sweetly call them a mother. Of course, although she called them a mother, in her heart, her only real mother was the one in the palace. Every 2 days, she would pester Li Mu to bring her into the palace so that the three of them could reunite. Li Mu wrote 2 words on the paper and said to Zhongling, "This is the word Zhong, and this is the word Ling. When these 2 words are connected, it will be your name." The little girl earnestly wrote on the paper and murmured, "Zhong, Ling." She learned very quickly. Li Mu was about to teach her a few more words when a certain spirit snail in the demon emperor's space suddenly made a buzzing sound. Hearing this sound, Li Mu's head also buzzed. At such a close distance, the empress could summon him into the palace at any time if there was anything. This spirit snail call must be from Ting Xian. If she had something important to do, it would be fine. However, every time she called out to Li Mu, she would either ask Li Mu what he had eaten in the morning, or ask Li Mu what he had done in the afternoon, or what he was going to do at night. Li Mu could receive her call anytime, anywhere, and when he was doing anything. Now, Li Mu would panic whenever he heard the sound of the spirit snail. He was already regretting accepting her spirit snail. However, he still channeled his magic power and asked, "Ting Xian, what's the matter?" Although he was annoyed, Li Mu was still worried that they would encounter some trouble. If he missed it, even if it was only once, it would be too late for him to regret it, and he would not be able to explain it to the White Demon King. Ting Xian's voice came from the spirit snail, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask what you are doing now." "I'm teaching Ting Er to read." Li Mu answered and asked, "Have you arrived at the Eastern Sea?" The voice on the other side of the spirit snail sounded a little guilty, "We're almost there." Although the Eastern Sea was thousands of miles away from here, with their cultivation, they should have arrived a few days ago. It must be that Ting Xian was having fun on the way and delayed the journey. Li Mu said directly, "Give the spirit snail to your sister." "Sister, sister, you only know sister." By Ting Xian reluctantly handed the spirit snail to another figure beside her. Li Mu said, "Inshin, you're the sister. You have to take care of her on a daily basis. Don't always let her do whatever she wants." Bai Inshin said helplessly, "I know." Li Mu said a few words to Inshin. Without giving Ting Xian a chance, he put away the spirit snail. At the bottom of a certain body of water in the eastern county of the Great Zhou, Bai Ting Xian frowned and said unhappily, "How am I messing around? Why do you have to scold me every time? No, give me the spirit snail. I want to have a good talk with him." Bai Inshin put away the spirit snail and said, "All right, don't bother him. Anyone will be annoyed if you disturb others all day long." Bai Ting Xian said, "You don't understand. This way, he will think of me every day and won't forget me." Bai Ting Xian said, "You don't understand. There's a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Occasional parting is better than being together all the time. Only when you haven't seen him for a long time will he always think of you and miss you. If you do this every day, he will only be annoyed." Bai Ting Xian looked at her in surprise and said, "What you said makes some sense. Where did you learn all this?" Bai Ting Xian said, "Don't worry so much. Let's hurry up. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Father and mother will blame us." The two of them wasted a lot of time on the road. Bai Ting Xian did not say anything more. The two sisters followed the flow of the water and moved quickly underwater. The fishes and shrimps at the bottom of the water sensed the aura emitted from their bodies and retreated from afar. At this moment, 10 miles away from them, in a deep cave at the bottom of the water, 2 lantern-sized eyes suddenly opened. A white shadow swam out from the cave. Under the water, the two sisters who were hurrying on their way suddenly stopped. In front of them, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared. Soon, a huge body appeared in their eyes. The body was more than 10 feet long and was completely white. Its body was covered with layers of scales. Its body was like a snake, but it had 4 claws under its body. There were 2 horns protruding from its head. It was like a snake but not a snake, like a dragon but not a dragon. The two sisters recognized at a glance that it was a Jiao dragon. The suppression of their bloodline caused the magic power in their bodies to start to circulate smoothly. The Jiao dragon arrived in an instant and turned into a handsome man. He sized up the two women and asked, "Beauties, where are you going?" The Jiao dragon's aura was very powerful. They were probably not a match for it even if they joined forces. Bai Ting Xian protected her sister behind her and said, "We are just passing by. We have no intention to disturb you. Please let us go, senior." The man waved his hand and said, "What senior? We are actually about the same age. It is fate that we are passing by. Why don't you two beauties come in and let me do my part as a host?" Bai Ting Xian refused. "Thank you for your kindness, senior. But we have important matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. Please forgive us, senior." She pulled Ting Xian and was about to leave when the man suddenly moved in front of them and said, "Where are you going? I will send you off." "No need. It's fine." The man took a step forward and wanted to grab the two women's hands. Ting Xian took a step back and said, "Are you going to force us to stay, senior?" The man pursed his lips and stopped pretending. He said, "Two beauties sent themselves to me. If I let you go, won't I regret it to death in the future?" Bai Ting Xian's face also darkened. She said, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." The two women drew their swords at the same time. Ting Xian put one hand behind her back and injected magic power into the spirit snail. In the Li residence, Li Mu looked at the spirit snail that began to vibrate again. He was almost certain that Ting Xian was using this as an excuse to argue with him. He wanted to ignore it, but after hesitating for a moment, he still picked it up. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly focused. An unfamiliar man's voice came from the other side of the spirit snail. "Beauties, do you really want to fight with me?" Chapter 501. East County of Great Zhou, somewhere along the Li River. The terrain of Great Zhou was complicated. There were many mountains and hills in the northwest, while the counties in the east were mostly plains. The Li River was the river that flowed through the East County and finally merged into the East Sea. The river was wide and the flow was slow. Many fishermen lived by the river. However, at this time, the usually quiet Li River was surging with waves. Sometimes, huge waves that were dozens of feet high would roll up. Many fish and shrimp carcasses were swept to the shore. The fishermen who were fishing on the river in the distance stopped their boats and pulled to the shore. They looked at the strange phenomenon on the river in horror and stayed far away. Those who saw it had already reported it to the authorities. The nearby cultivators also looked at the river in fear and did not dare to get close. There were obviously powerful water clan fighting under the water. Just a little bit of aura was enough to make them tremble. The East Sea was the world of the water clan. The shore of the East Sea was rich in water. There were also many water demon clans gathered there. They were the most powerful force among the demon clans in the counties. Usually, even human cultivators did not dare to provoke them. Under the river, Inxin and Tingxin stood side by side, controlling their flying swords to attack the man in white not far away. The man in white held a long spear and walked slowly in the water as if he was taking a stroll. He waved the weapon in his hand casually and blocked all the attacks from the sisters. After their strength improved, the sisters were full of confidence. Until they met this flood dragon, their confidence was completely shattered. No matter what methods they used, they were easily resolved by the other party. Not only was the flood dragon powerful and immune to poison, his aura was also suppressing them. Obviously, the dragon clan bloodline in his body was thicker than the sisters. The man in white approached the sisters and said, "Beauties, you'd better not resist. I really don't want to hurt you." Bai Inxin's face darkened and asked, "What do you want?" The man in white smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to spend the night with you two beauties." Bai Tingxin shouted, "Just give up. We have a husband. If my husband finds out about this, he'll peel off your dragon skin, pull out your dragon tendons, and make it into a slingshot to shoot birds." The white-clothed man said indifferently, "I want to see which guy has such good fortune. If he has the guts, tell him to come find me." Bai Tingxin took the spirit snail from her sister and said, "Tell me your name. My husband will be here soon." The man in white snorted and said, "I am Ao Run, the white flood dragon king of Li River." Bai Tingxin said coldly, "Ao Run, you will regret this." Ao Run only smiled and said, "Beauties, why don't you just follow me? No one in the East County will dare to mess with you." The two sisters said at the same time, "Don't even think about it." Ao Run shrugged and didn't force them anymore. He politely extended his hand and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you two beauties go to my cave residence to rest first? When your husband comes, I'll let you know who's the one who's worthy of you following." The two sisters looked at each other. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for this flood dragon. It would be better to temporarily hold him down and wait for reinforcements. Bai Tingxin said, "We can go with you, but before our husband comes, you can't do anything to us." Ao Run snorted and said, "Who do you think I am? If I say I'll wait for him to come, then I'll wait for him to come." "Oh right, what's your husband's cultivation?" Bai Tingxin said, "Our husband is at the 5th level." Ao Run completely relaxed. In this Li River, let alone a 5th realm expert, even a 6th realm expert wouldn't be able to do anything to him. These two beauties would quickly realize that compared to Ao Run, their husbands were nothing. They would then turn around and throw themselves into his arms. Over the years, countless demonesses had fallen for him like this, unable to extricate themselves. Ao Run smiled at the two sisters and extended his hand, "Please." The two sisters maintained their vigilance and followed him all the way to a cave at the bottom of the river several miles away. This cave was rather luxurious. Although it was at the bottom of the river, it wasn't inferior to a human's courtyard at all. It occupied a large area, and there were many rugged strange rocks and huge corals erected inside the cave. It looked very beautiful. Inside the cave, there were many women's laughter and laughter. When they saw the sisters enter, their faces revealed hostility at the same time. These women were all demons. Some were from the beast race, and some were from the water race. One of them, a plump Chinyu, swam over and said with dissatisfaction, "My king, why did you bring back 2 more snakes?" Ao Run hugged her in his arms and said, "Don't worry. Even with these 2 beauties, I won't forget you, Ching Ching." Feeling Ao Run's hand caressing her sensitive parts, Chinyu twisted her body and said delicately, "Aya, my king, you're so naughty. Let's go to the room." Seeing the 2 demons leave, the 2 sisters felt a chill in their hearts. Ting Xian even tightened her grip on the spirit snail, hoping that Li Mu would come quickly. Shen Du, a stream of light streaked across the sky and sped toward the east. The cultivators in Shen Du were all shocked by the speed of that unknown existence. It was a speed that cultivators below the upper 3 realms couldn't possibly have. In the sky above Zhong County, on a small and exquisite flying boat, Zhongling sat on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu looked worried as he rushed toward the East County at full speed. With his cultivation, if he flew or used a high-level divine travel talisman, it would take him at least 3 days to reach the East County. Therefore, he specially asked the Empress for a flying artifact. Although this flying boat was very small and could only accommodate 1 person, it was very fast. If it was powered by a supreme-grade spirit jade, it could match the full speed of a 7th realm cultivator. A 7th realm cultivator could travel 1,000 miles in a second. Hearing that Ting Xian was in trouble, the Empress was furious. She wanted to go personally, but Li Mu stopped her. There were no 6th realm demons in the Great Zhou. He could deal with a mere flood dragon alone. More than 2 hours later. East County, County Office. A stream of light streaked across the sky and landed in the East County Office. The constables in the county office were shocked. They all drew their weapons and surrounded a figure. They shouted, "Who is so bold to barge into the county office?" Li Mu said in a deep voice, "Where is the county governor of the East County?" His voice was like a bell. The magic power in the constables' bodies surged when they heard it. At this moment, 3 figures hurriedly walked out of the county office. The person walking in front was a middle-aged man. When he saw Li Mu, his expression changed. He walked forward and cupped his hands. Lin Ting, the county governor of the East County, greets Lord Li. The county governor had to participate in the imperial court every year. Not long ago, County Governor Lin had seen Li Mu. Although the county governor and county lieutenant of the East County had never seen Li Mu before, they could guess the identity of this young man from County Governor Lin's attitude towards him. They immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and asked, "Do you know that there's a flood dragon called Ao Run in the Li River?" Lin Ting said, "Lord Li, everyone in the East County and the demon realm knows of Ao Run's name. His original form is a white flood dragon, and his strength is at the peak of the 5th realm. With his flood dragon body, he can even fight against a 6th realm demon in the water. The county office once tried to recruit him into the demon division, but he rejected it. Because he's too powerful, the county office didn't dare to force him." Li Mu asked directly, "Do you know where his cave residence is?" Lin Ting said, "Yes." Li Mu said straightforwardly, "Gather the experts of the East County Office, Demon Division, and Consecration Department. Follow me to the Flood Dragon's cave residence." Lin Ting still didn't know what had happened, but he knew that Ao Run was in big trouble. Who was Lord Li? With his own strength, he had stirred up the entire demon kingdom. He was a legend who dared to fight against a 7th realm demon and won. Obviously, he wanted to find trouble with Ao Run. No matter how arrogant this flood dragon was, he was going to be in trouble this time. Under Lin Ting's call, in just 15 minutes, dozens of cultivators above the 4th realm gathered in the East County Magistrate's office, the Minister's office, and the Demon's office. They rushed to the Li River in a mighty manner. In the underwater cave residence at the Li River, Ao Run looked at the two beauties standing not far away. Each of his hands was hugging a female demon. The black carp demon drank a cup of fine wine and used her tongue to feed Ao Run. Ao Run's face was filled with enjoyment. Just as he was intoxicated by the service of the female demons beside him, a thunderous voice came from the water above. "Ao Run, get out here." Ao Run spat out a mouthful of wine. The female demons were also shocked. Ao Run's name had spread throughout the East County. Who wasn't afraid of him? In the East County, no one dared to be so presumptuous on the Li River. Hearing this familiar voice, Listening Heart revealed a look of pleasant surprise and shock. They knew that Li Mu would come, but they didn't know that he would come so quickly. It had only been more than 2 hours since they were captured. In more than 2 hours, he had actually crossed thousands of miles from the divine capital to the middle county. Ao Run looked at them and realized the identity of the person who had come. He snorted and said, "It seems that your husband is in the East County. He actually came so quickly. Just wait and see how he will crawl under my feet." Li Mu and dozens of cultivators of the East County floated above the Li River. Suddenly, a figure broke out of the water. Ao Run flew out of the water and was shocked when he saw the formation above the Li River. He looked at the county chief of the East County and said warily, "Lin, what do you want to do?" Although he was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant enough to challenge all the cultivators in the East County. County Chief Lin did not speak. With that lord present, he had no right to speak first. Li Mu looked at the man in white and asked, "You are Ao Run? Wearing Xan and Ting Xan?" Ao Run looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "You are the husband of those two beauties?" Li Mu was stunned at first, but he soon realized that it must be Ting Xian's doing. He did not deliberately explain and said coldly, "Let them out." Ao Run twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Then let's see if you have the ability. Let's have a fight. If you can beat me, I will let them out. If you lose, the two beauties will belong to me." He glanced at Lin Ting and the others and calmly said, "If you want to gang up on me with your numbers, I'll take these two beauties and leave. Let's see if I can fly faster or if you can catch up faster." The wind followed the dragon. The speed of the dragon race was second to none. The flood dragon had some bloodline of the real dragon. If he wanted to escape, even a 6th realm human would not be able to catch up with him. Li Mu was not afraid of him in terms of speed, but he did not want to bother. He asked, "How do we compete?" Ao Run puffed out his chest and said, "Don't say that I am bullying you. I will compete with you on the ground. There are no restrictions on magic power and magic treasures. If you win, you can take the beauties away. If you lose, the beauties will belong to me. Everyone here is a witness." Limu looked at the flood dragon in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "Okay." Under Lin Ting's signal, the strong cultivators of the East County government, the Demon Division, and the Minister Division retreated to the side. They were also looking forward to seeing if the legendary figure of the Great Zhou could defeat this flood dragon. On the river surface, Ao Run roared and attacked first. Countless water arrows shot out from the Li River and headed straight for Limu. Limu's body floated in the air. He calmly formed a seal with his hands. A circular transparent shield with flashing runes floated in front of him. The dense water arrows hit the shield and collapsed into splashes of water. At the same time, countless lightning bolts suddenly exploded beside Ao Run. He was completely submerged in the dense lightning net. Soon, the lightning net dispersed. Ao Run's clothes were tattered and burned in many places. However, his body was not injured at all. Limu thought to himself. The Dragon Clan was indeed the Dragon Clan. Even if it was a flood dragon, its body was probably as strong as a sixth realm monster like the Heavenly Wolf King. It might even be stronger. Such a body was simply the best material for refining corpses. If he could use it to refine corpses, Limu immediately suppressed this thought in his heart. He was definitely influenced by Qin Shi and the others. Whenever he saw a strong cultivator, his first reaction was to think of a way to refine their corpses. Ao Run was caught off guard by the lightning. He was in a sorry state. This attack did not cause much damage, but it was extremely humiliating. Seeing himself like a beggar, anger surged in Ao Run's heart. As his hand's seals changed, a dark cloud quickly gathered above Limu's head. Lin Ting was worried that Limu would underestimate Ao Run. He hurriedly warned, "Be careful, Lord Li. This is Ao Run's Call the Wind and Summon the Rain technique. It's very powerful. Do not underestimate it." Above Limu's head, bean-sized raindrops were swept up by the wind and fell pitter-patter. Limu's body flashed with white light. The immortal robe formed a barrier around him. When the raindrops fell on the barrier, countless dents formed on it. Limu's gaze towards Ao Run changed slightly. This Ao Run was indeed something. This immortal robe could withstand a sixth realm attack. It was already very impressive that Ao Run's mystique could create so many dents. If this technique landed directly on Limu's body, with his current physical strength, he would not be able to withstand it at all. This, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, mystique had probably entered the realm of Dao techniques. However, this technique did not last long, and the rain soon stopped. Ao Run's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you actually have such a powerful defensive magic treasure." Limu's aura suddenly weakened. His face was pale, but he still snorted. He said, "If you can use this mystique a second time, I may not be able to withstand it. But do you have the ability to use it a second time?" Ao Run's eyes flashed. Although this technique consumed a lot of spiritual power, it was not unbearable for him to use it a second or third time. He laughed coldly and said, "You will know soon." As his voice fell, the dark clouds above Limu's head gathered again. The wind carried the raindrops down. Limu channeled his spiritual power to resist it while feeling the changes in the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, that moment was too short. He could only experience it twice. He could not grasp it. He was still a little short. The moment this rain disappeared, Limu's body fell a few feet. He forced himself to stop. Ao Run could see that this person was like a lamp without oil. He did not hesitate to use his mystique again. The third rain suddenly fell. The corners of Limu's mouth curled up. This time, it was finally not bad at all. Ao Run looked forward to seeing that person defeated by him. But just as the raindrops fell, the white light on his body shone brightly. He easily resisted the third attack. Ao Run was stunned for a moment. He said angrily, "You tricked me." He was tricked into using a mystique that consumed a lot of spiritual power 3 times in a row. More than half of the spiritual power in his body had been used up, but the person opposite him was still at his peak. He was already a little uncertain in his heart. However, in the next moment, something that made him even more frightened happened. Above his head, dark clouds suddenly rolled up. The next moment, heavy rain poured down. The raindrops fell on his body, bringing heart-wrenching pain. Ao Run looked at the young man opposite him. He was extremely frightened. He actually used his mystique. This scene shocked him too much. Ao Run had long lost his will to fight. Without hesitation, he dove into the water. Limu cast a water-repelling spell and chased after him. However, in the next moment, a white shadow attacked him. Limu instinctively dodged, but in the water, his speed was greatly reduced. The flood dragon's tail slammed into his chest. Bang! After a dull thud, Limu was sent flying out of the water. His chest was in pain. The blood in his body was in turmoil. He had already suffered light injuries. Lin Ting hurriedly flew over and said, "Lord Li, I forgot to tell you. Do not fight with Ao Run in the water. Our strength is greatly reduced in the water. However, this flood dragon is the king of the water. Even a 6th-level cultivator would find it difficult to gain an advantage in the water." Limu looked coldly at the water. He asked, "Ao Run, didn't you say that this competition would be on land?" Under the water, Ao Run's mocking voice sounded. "That was just now. I'm going back on my words now. What can you do to me?" Limu asked with a dark face, "Ao, are you a sore loser?" Ao Run provoked, "Come down if you can." Limu looked at the calm river surface. He released the bell spirit and had her cover this section of the river. Everyone, including Ao Run, was covered by the bell. Then he turned his head and looked at the people behind him. Draw the water. Chapter 502. Ao Run hid in the underwater cave, and there was endless fear in the depths of his eyes. Summoning the wind and summoning the rain was the magical power of the dragons, and it had never been taught to outsiders. How did this person learn it? What frightened him the most was not that this human knew the magical power of the dragons. His intuition told him that this person had learned it from him. Without using any incantations or gestures, this person could perfectly replicate this great magical power after watching him perform it 3 times. This incredible ability made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This was too strange. Driven by this fear, he did not want the beauties anymore, nor did he want the demonesses he had taken in before. He just wanted to escape along the waterway. However, just as this thought arose in his mind, the river water around the cave suddenly became shallow. At first, the cave was more than 30 meters below the surface of the river. Soon, it became 15 meters, then 20 meters. In a few breaths, the eaves of the cave were out of the water. After a few more breaths, the river water around the cave was sucked dry, leaving only a wet mark under Ao Run's feet. At some point, a transparent giant bell fell into the Li River and covered the entire cave. The river water flowed past the 2 sides of the giant bell, and the cave that was covered by the bell became a vacuum. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Enchanting and Enchanting. Seeing that the 2 women were safe and sound, Limu was finally relieved. Enchanting hugged Limu's arm with one hand and pointed at Ao Run with the other. She cried, "We were already at the East Sea, but he stopped us and forced us to marry him." "Boo-hoo," Limu patted her hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll avenge you." Ao Run had no fighting spirit at all. His body shook and turned into a white flood dragon. He wanted to break through the bell and escape. However, with a buzz, he was bounced back by the bell wall. Limu flew up, and the Dao bell suddenly shrank. The powerhouses of the East County and the 2 sisters passed through the bell and appeared outside. Only Limu and Ao Run were left inside the bell. Limu stretched out his hand, and a whip appeared in his hand. Swoosh! With a flick of his wrist, a whip shadow tore through the air towards Ao Run. Ao Run was extremely confident in his own body. He didn't pay any attention to it. He was thinking of a way to escape from the bell and allowed the whip to land on his body. His body did not feel much pain, but when the golden whip shadow landed on his body, the shadow of a flood dragon was knocked out of Ao Run's body. That was his demon soul. The flood dragon was startled for a moment, then fear appeared in its eyes. Just as it was about to return to its body, it suddenly felt extreme danger. It glanced over and saw a small illusory sword condense above the head of the person opposite it. His intuition told him that this small sword would take his life. The flood dragon's spirit floated in the air. Without hesitation, it bent its lower body as if it was kneeling. It nodded its head repeatedly and said in fear, "Spare me, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. Please spare my life." Li Mu didn't make a move right away. He was considering whether it was better to keep a flood dragon as a servant or to refine its corpse. The disciples of the corpse sect had refined demons and humans, but they had never refined a flood dragon. Chen Shi and the others would definitely be interested in this project. Ao Run had already sensed that the human opposite him had bad intentions. He immediately said, "Master, you are not good at fighting in the water. In the future, I can fight in your place. I am very fast. You can also use me as a mount. You won't have to worry about traveling." It had to be said that this flood dragon had a strong desire to live. In 2 simple sentences, he had clearly stated his value. Li Mu was indeed not good at fighting in the water. Not only him, but all humans and demons on land were not good at fighting in the water. The water was the world of the water. Fighting in the water with the water was a very unwise choice. One couldn't always think of drawing water first. As for mounts, under normal circumstances, Li Mu's speed was not as fast as that of a flood dragon. Although the teleport talisman could greatly increase speed, the higher the level of the Fulu, the more expensive the talisman material needed. It was okay to use it once or twice, but Li Mu couldn't afford to use the Fulu every time. The spirit boat that the Empress lent him was fast. It could be called the Ferrari of spirit boats. However, it belonged to the Empress. It was also precious to 7th-level cultivators. It was the Empress' personal flying tool. The Empress only had one. Li Mu could borrow it in an emergency, but he couldn't just take it for himself. With a flood dragon as a mount, he wouldn't need to use any spiritual stones or mana. Li Mu had to admit that he was tempted by this flood dragon. He looked at Ao Run and said, "Hand over a part of your soul." Ao Run was overjoyed when he heard this. He separated a small flood dragon soul from his demon soul's forehead and slowly flew to Li Mu. To a cultivator, it was extremely easy to kill someone with a strand of hair, a drop of essence blood, or a fragment of soul. Since Li Mu possessed a fragment of the flood dragon's soul, he had the power to kill him. Ao Run's demon's soul returned to his body. He knelt on one knee and saluted Li Mu, "Greetings, master." He was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that this young man wanted to kill him. If he hesitated for a moment and didn't show his value in time, what awaited him would be the destruction of his body and soul. Death or slavery, he wasn't stupid. He knew which was the right choice. After subduing this flood dragon, Li Mu walked to the 2 sisters on the shore and said, "Use the spirit snail to inform your father and have him come to pick you up." Li Mu was full of resentment towards the White Demon King. He took his wife everywhere, but his 2 daughters were not his own. The snake tribe indeed valued beauty over family. Since the matter here was over, Li Mu asked County Chief Lin to dismiss the strong cultivators of the North County. These people thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect that they were just watching the show. The flood dragon that shocked the East County was actually no match for that lord. No wonder even the county chief was so respectful to him. The demon officials of the East County Demon Division bowed to Li Mu before leaving. They were originally just mountain spirits and wild monsters. They should thank the young man in front of them the most for their current status and identity. Li Mu planned to wait here for 2 days until the White Demon King came personally to pick up the two sisters. A day later, a man in white strode into the East County's government office. The two sisters went forward and said happily, "Father." The White Demon King looked at them with a smile. He looked at Li Mu and said, "Brotherly, long time no see." Li Mu said calmly, "I'm afraid the White Demon King has recognized the wrong brother." The White Demon King laughed and said, "Although the way you address me has changed, our friendship has not changed. Thank you for taking care of Enchanting and Tingxin during this period." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say these words." The White Demon King looked at Ao Run, who was standing behind Li Mu, and asked, "This is the little flood dragon?" While Ao Run was feeling nervous, a huge fist smashed into his face. Crackling sounds kept coming from the government office. From the moment the White Demon King stepped in, Li Mu realized that his cultivation had broken through to the 6th realm. He was originally at the peak of the 5th realm and was not weaker than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He must have encountered something in the past 2 years. Ao Run could not fight back at all under the White Demon King's attack. Soon, he could only lie on the ground, motionless like a dead pig. The White Demon King kicked him a few more times and said fiercely, "You dare to have crooked thoughts about my daughter. If it was me 2 years ago, I would have skinned you, pulled out your tendons, and made a slingshot to shoot birds." After the White Demon King vented his anger, he smiled at Li Mu and said, "Long time no see. Brotherly, why don't you come to the Eastern Sea with me? Let me take care of you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need. I still have things to do in the divine capital." He had been enjoying the happiness of having a wife. If Tingxin and Enchanting were not in trouble, he would not have left the divine capital. Now that the White Demon King was here, he just wanted to go back and cultivate happily with his wives. The White Demon King said regretfully, "If that's the case, I won't force you. In the future, when you come to the Eastern Sea as a guest, just let Enchanting and Tingxin know." Li Mu nodded and said, "We'll talk about it in the future." After saying goodbye to the two reluctant sisters, Li Mu stepped on the road back to the divine capital. Before he left, he gave Ao Run some time to say goodbye to the female demons at home. "I'll be back. You have to wait for me. I love you." Li Mu thought that as soon as Ao Run left, the female demons in his cave would scatter like birds and beasts. However, to Li Mu's surprise, the female demons beside the dragon were not hypocritical to him. They didn't seem to have been snatched back by him. When Ao Run left, each and every one of them looked at him with tears in their eyes. Li Mu learned from County Chief Lin that Ao Run was a pervert. It was famous in the Eastern County. Many female demons liked to follow him. Following a dragon was very beneficial to their cultivation. There were many married women among them. Ao Run did not reject any of them. Although this caused quite a bit of conflict, it was at most an ethical problem. Otherwise, the Northern County government would have reported it to the Imperial Court and asked the Department of Worship to send people to quell the chaos. In the sky above the Eastern County, Ao Run transformed into a dragon. Li Mu stood on the dragon's head. He looked down and saw the mountains below quickly retreating. As expected of a dragon. With a level 5 cultivation, his speed was comparable to a level 6 human. A true dragon's flying speed should be even faster. Ao Run carried Li Mu and flew in the sky. He sighed in his heart. To think that he, a demon king, would one day become a human's mount in order to save his life. If the other dragons knew about this, what would they think of him? At a certain moment, he opened his dragon mouth and said in human language, "Master, how did you learn my dragon superpower?" This was what he still had doubts about. If he knew how to summon the wind and summon the rain, it would be fine. But if he learned it on the spot, it would be too terrifying. He had never heard of anyone who could do such a thing. Li Mu said calmly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Ao Run immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. Li Mu rode the dragon and swaggered through the sky. Along the way, no matter if it was a human or a demon, they were all shocked when they saw this scene. The dragon clan was rarely seen. Even if it was just a flood dragon, Just the aura it emitted was enough to make some low-level monsters lie on the ground and tremble. The sharp-eyed cultivators even noticed that there was a figure standing on the head of the flood dragon. There's actually someone on the dragon's head. Who's riding on the dragon? Could this flood dragon be his mount? It was too far. Although they couldn't see the person's face clearly, everyone's eyes immediately became respectful. Dragons were just born and had the strength of a level 4 human. They were the top race on the continent. What kind of powerhouse could have a dragon as a mount? At this moment, the peerless powerhouse standing on the dragon's head was thinking about a question. If there were more than 3 women in Limu's house, there would be tension. There were so many demonesses in Ao Run's house, but they could still get along well. This didn't make sense at all. Limu pondered for a moment and said, I have a question for you. Ao Run was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to show off. He immediately said, Master, please ask. Limu thought for a moment and said, There are so many demonesses in your cave abode. Are they usually so harmonious? Although Ao Run didn't know why his master was interested in this question, he still answered honestly, occasionally, they'll be jealous, but they're still considered harmonious? Limu continued asking, why are they so harmonious? Ao Run said, maybe it's because they love me. Limu said disdainfully, they're just being forced by you and don't dare to resist. Ao Run, who had always been submissive and didn't dare to disobey Limu, actually retorted, Master, you're wrong. Although I like beauties, I have a bottom line. If they really don't want to follow me, I won't make things difficult for them. I've already let 2 of them go before. Limu asked, what about the others? Ao Run said proudly, as for the others, after seeing my overbearing aura, they don't want their husbands anymore. They want to follow me no matter what. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for being too charming and deeply attracting them, Limu said, that's immoral. Ao Run continued to refute, no, this is the morality of you humans. In the demon race, only the strong are respected. Only the strong are worthy of having more demonesses. Different races had different ideas. Limu didn't intend to change Ao Run's mind. But speaking of this topic, Ao Run seemed to be energized. He said disdainfully, to be honest, I look down on some humans. In my cave abode, there are more than a dozen beauties around me all day, and they're all very harmonious. Some humans only have 3 to 5 women at home, and they're jealous of each other everywhere. They're forming cliques and making the atmosphere in their homes foul. Master, don't you think this kind of person is ridiculous? Limu stood on his head and said, stop for a moment. Ao Run stopped and asked, Master, do you have any other orders? Limu said indifferently, you're so strong. You must be very unwilling to be my subordinate. I'll give you a chance. Challenge me again. If you win, I'll give you back your freedom. Ao Run shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm willing to be your subordinate. Limu said coldly, cut the crap. Do whatever I tell you to do. Chapter 503. Divine Capital. Li Residence. In the morning, when Limu walked out of Li Qing's room, Wan and Xiaobai had already returned from grocery shopping. They were washing vegetables at the kitchen door while discussing a strange incident that had been spreading among the people of Divine Capital. A few days ago, more than one person in Zhong County had seen a divine dragon flying across the sky while working in the fields. Divine Capital was inland, so there weren't many opportunities to see the water tribe. Dragons had always only appeared in rumors. Once the news of a divine dragon appearing in Zhong County spread, it caused widespread discussion among the people. The people had never seen a true dragon before, so naturally, they couldn't tell the difference between a flood dragon and a true dragon. Limu didn't bring the flood dragon back to Divine Capital. Instead, he placed it in a river in Zhong County so that it could cultivate and wait for Limu's orders. For the peace of the place, Limu also set 2 rules for it. First, it wasn't allowed to appear in front of people and disturb the people. Second, in the next 10 years, it could only solve its physiological problems with its hands. It wasn't allowed to seduce married women, nor was it allowed to abduct ignorant women. Whether it was a human or a demon, Li Mu would cut off its tools if he was caught. After 10 years, Li Mu would have reached Realm 6 and wouldn't need the Flood Dragon anymore. He could set it free. Today was the day that Phantom Princess and the others returned to the Yao Nation. Li Mu personally led the officials of Honglu Temple to send them out of the city. Phantom Princess originally wanted Li Mu to escort her back to Thousand Fox Nation, but Li Mu heartlessly refused. Although her identity was very special, and the Yao Nation and Diabolism saw her as a thorn in their side, the Queen of Thousand Fox Nation today was no longer the Phantom Princess of the past. Li Mu had given her almost all the wealth that he had inherited from Emperor Bai. Now, even if she fought with the Empress, she might not be at a disadvantage. She didn't need anyone to protect her. This trip to Divine Capital was a huge blow to Phantom Princess. If she didn't leave Qinhu Kingdom, she wouldn't be able to imagine the difference between the Queen of Qinhu Kingdom and the Empress of Great Zhou. Compared to the Divine Capital of Great Zhou, her Qinhu city was at most a barren mountain village. Unless she could unify the Yao Nation, become the Queen of the 10,000 Demons, and raise her cultivation to the 7th level, then she would have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Zhou Yi. At the city gate, Illusion Princess looked at the flying ship floating in the air and said to Li Mu, "I'm leaving." Li Mu's face lit up with joy. He quickly said, "Goodbye." When she was in Chengdu, she was trying her best to sow discord between him and the Empress in front of Lu Hanyan. Once she left, Li Mu's family would at least be more harmonious. Li Mu had been looking forward to this for a long time. Phantom Princess caught the smile on his face and snorted, "Are you happy that I'm leaving?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Of course not, ha ha ha." Seeing the flying ship turn into a stream of light and fly away, Li Mu rubbed his waist, which was still aching, and returned to the palace to report. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi hugged Zhongling and asked calmly, "Did that fox leave?" Li Mu, "Yes." Zhou Yi pressed her face against Zhongling's face and said with a smile, Mother will take you to a fun place." The little girl said, "Daddy will go too." Li Mu followed behind the mother and daughter and walked out of Changle Palace. Perhaps the Empress had really reached the age of being a mother. She doted on Zhongling so much that even Li Mu felt that he had been left out. However, he didn't need to be jealous of his own daughter. He enjoyed the feeling of a happy family of 3. When he was free in the future, he would have 2 more children with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Then, his life would be complete. In the palace, the officials and palace maids were already used to this scene. Everyone knew that Lord Li's daughter had taken Her Majesty as her godmother. Her Majesty doted on her very much and often summoned her to the palace. She ordered the imperial chefs to make all kinds of delicious food for her and took her to play in the palace. Everyone in the palace already knew this cute little girl. As for where Lord Li's daughter came from, there were many different opinions. Some said that he had her with Madame Li when he was young, and it was only now that it was made public. Others said that she was the child of Lord Li and the Demon Kingdom Queen and was only recently sent back. The officials with some cultivation could naturally see that Lord Li's daughter wasn't human, nor was she a demon. She was a spirit, and it was very likely that she was the child of Lord Li and a ghost. It wasn't strange for something like this to happen to him. Everyone knew that Lord Li was neither friend nor foe. He was upright and plain-spoken, and devoted to the people and the country. However, he was lustful and surrounded by beauties. Not only did he have rumors with Her Majesty, but it was also said that he had a good relationship with the Demon Kingdom Queen. This actually proved that Her Majesty doted on him. Since ancient times, there had been many princesses who were children of important ministers, but it was very rare for them to directly recognize their relatives. In the palace, Zhou Yi led Zhongling into the ancestral temple, and Li Mu followed. This wasn't his first time here. Compared to last time, the ancestral temple had changed a lot. The furnishings and decorations were still the same. 36 small cauldrons were connected to a large cauldron, and a golden dragon was swimming in the large cauldron. However, the golden light on each small cauldron was much more dazzling than the last time Li Mu saw them. The most dazzling cauldron was naturally the one in the middle that belonged to the central commandery. The people of the divine capital had the strongest psychokinesis, and it was comparable to the combined power of several other cauldrons. When Li Mu came last time, the cauldrons of psychokinesis in the various commanderies were far from this bright. This meant that in the past 2 years, the psychokinesis of the people of the various commanderies had greatly increased. On the one hand, the abolition of the silver punishment law and the punishment of the corrupt officials had made the people trust the imperial court more. On the other hand, after the demon division was established in the various commanderies, the demons in the Great Zhou also contributed a lot of psychokinesis. In addition to the small cauldrons being brighter, the golden dragon on the large cauldron was also fatter than the last time Li Mu saw it. At this moment, it was happily swimming in the cauldron. 3 elders wearing 4-clawed dragon robes were guarding here. They were the experts of the Shao royal clan. Ever since the Zhou clan stole the emperor's aura, the Shao clan had sent 3 clan experts to guard the ancestral temple to prevent the emperor's aura from being stolen again. These 3 people were almost all of the top combat power of the Shao royal clan. When the 3 elders saw the empress bring Li Mu and Zhongling in, they only looked up and closed their eyes again. Zhongling reached out to grab the golden dragon. Li Mu hurriedly said, "You can't touch it." Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said indifferently, "Why can't you touch it?" She looked at the golden dragon and said, "Come here." The golden dragon trembled as it flew over. Zhongling caught it and played with it. It was originally a formless object, but Zhongling was also a spiritual body. She easily caught it in her hand and played with it wantonly. Zhongling played with the spirit of psychokinesis for a while and lost interest. Although they were both spiritual bodies, she relied on the origin power of heaven and earth. This dragon was condensed from psychokinesis and could not be absorbed by her for cultivation. So, she quickly let go of the dragon. After the golden dragon regained its freedom, it immediately entered the cauldron and did not dare to poke its head out. Zhongling clearly did not know that this was the most important place in the Great Zhou. She only felt that this place was claustrophobic and boring. Soon, she made a fuss about leaving. After the family of 3 left, the ancestral temple regained its silence. 2 of the 3 people sitting cross-legged in the corner cultivating with their eyes closed slowly opened their eyes. The elder on the left frowned slightly and muttered, "What does she mean by this? Why did she suddenly adopt a daughter?" The elder on the right said indifferently, "What's there to guess? As long as she doesn't pass the throne to the Zhou family, whatever she does has nothing to do with us. Watch this emperor's qi carefully. According to the current rate of psychokinesis gathering, this new emperor's qi will mature in 5 years or 10 years. At that time, as long as we get ahead of the Zhou family, we can settle the situation in one fell swoop." After he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with emotion. He said, "She has only been on the throne for 5 years. Who would have thought that in the history of the Great Zhou, the emperor who condensed emperor's qi the fastest was actually her?" The elder on the left glanced at him and asked in return, "Isn't this a big deal? Why don't you think about how she got the throne? If she gave this emperor's qi to her adopted daughter, what can we do?" The elder on the right shook his head and said, "That's impossible. You also know that the girl is just a spiritual body. Her origins are unknown. She can't accept the emperor's qi. The officials and the people of the Great Zhou will not accept her as the emperor. If Zhou Yi really wants to do that, the 4 great academies will not sit by and do nothing." The elder on the left looked at him and said indifferently, "That girl is impossible, but what about the others? What if she likes this feeling and decides to give birth to one herself? At that time, will the people still object? Will the 4 great academies still object?" As soon as he said this, even the elder in the middle who had his eyes closed all this time suddenly opened his eyes. In these 2 years, the situation in the divine capital had undergone earth-shaking changes. The old and new parties that had once controlled the entire imperial court had long lost most of their right to speak in the imperial court. Many officials, led by Zhang Chun, had begun to stand firmly on the empress side. 2 years ago, the 4 great academies had clearly supported the old and new parties. In these 2 years, their attitudes had become more and more unpredictable. The reason was that previously, everyone had thought that the Great Zhou would be destroyed by a female emperor. However, the reality was the opposite. The Great Zhou was now the strongest and most united in the past 50 years. The four great academies no longer had a reason to interfere with the Empress's selection of an heir. With the Empress's current popular support and the power she held, as long as her decision was not too out of line, the people and the four great academies would not object. It was not out of line for her to give birth to a child and pass the throne to him in the future. When the three of them thought of this possibility, they suddenly realized that at some point in time, the Shao clan had completely lost control of the Great Zhou. They looked at the Emperor's qi in the big cauldron, their eyes burning with passion. The Shao clan's loss of power could no longer be reversed. This Emperor's qi might be their last hope. After a long silence, the elder in the middle slowly said, "We must not sit by and watch this happen. Inform King Ping and let them prepare early, Chang'e Palace." After leaving the ancestral shrine, Mr. Mei and Sheng Wanli took Zhongling to the imperial garden to play. Only Li Mu and the Empress were left in the main hall. In fact, a long time ago, Li Mu had been thinking about a problem. Who was the Empress planning to pass the supreme position of the Great Zhou to? He had asked Mr. Mei in a roundabout way before. Mr. Mei had warned him not to guess the Empress's intentions. This was not a question he could ask. At that time, Li Mu and the Empress were not very close. Now, he felt that he could ask. Li Mu's tone was calm. He asked casually, "Your Majesty, have you thought about who to give the Emperor's qi in the ancestral shrine?" Zhou Yi said, to the Shao clan. When she said this, she did not hesitate. It was obvious that she had already planned this. This was the same as Li Mu's guess. If she did not want to pass the throne to the Shao clan, she would not have allowed the three elders of the Shao clan to guard the ancestral shrine. This meant that the Empress had already made this decision when she first ascended the throne. Based on Li Mu's understanding of her, she must have felt that the Zhou clan did not have the right to the throne. The Shao clan had ruled the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. The idea that the Shao clan was the royal family was deeply ingrained. It was reasonable to give the Shao clan the title. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "What do you think?" Li Mu said, "Your Majesty, I will listen to you." He used to think that it was better for the Empress to give birth to her own child than to pass the throne to an outsider. However, seeing how much the Empress doted on her child, she probably could not bear to let her own child suffer. However, the world that they had fought so hard to conquer was given to the Shao clan for nothing. Although he had already guessed this, after receiving confirmation from the Empress, Li Mu still relaxed about the court matters. He was no longer as energetic as before. He did not even care about the matter of Shenguo's provocation in the border county and the decrease of the psychokinesis in the south county. He left it all to the secretariat to deal with. For 3 consecutive days, Li Mu was late and left early. Today, he still left early and got off work early. When he returned home, he took a wedding invitation from Wan Wan. Li Si and Chen Miao Miao had given birth to a pair of twins. Tonight, they invited him to their house for a drink. Li Mu naturally would not refuse and brought Zhongling over tonight. At Li Si's house, Li Mu saw Zhang Chun, whom he had not seen for a long time. He had just returned from a business trip. Li Mu did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Zhang Chun was intentionally avoiding him tonight. After the banquet ended, Li Mu waited outside the door. When he saw Zhang Chun walk out, he asked, "Old Zhang, did I offend you?" Zhang Chun shook his head repeatedly. "No, how could it be?" Li Mu asked. "Then why are you avoiding me?" Zhang Chun said flatly, "No, why would I avoid you for no reason?" Li Mu thought that he was thinking too much. He pointed at Zhang Chun and said to the little girl in his arms, "Ling, this is Uncle Zhang." Zhang Chun smiled awkwardly at Zhongling. Li Mu asked in confusion, "Why aren't you curious? Who gave birth to this child with me?" Zhang Chun shook his head. "I'm not curious. I'm not interested in this matter at all. I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll go back first." Li Mu looked at his back in surprise. It had only been a month since they last met, but he had changed so much. He was completely unlike the gossipy Zhang Chun that Li Mu knew. The streets of the fairy's capital were bustling as usual. All kinds of news and topics of conversation gathered here. Today, the commoners were most interested in the private affairs of the Li residents. The sudden appearance of a child by Lord Li's side caused a heated discussion in the fairies' capital. It even overshadowed the matter of the illegitimate child during the reign of the previous emperor. There were differing opinions about who Lord Li had given birth to this child with. Some said that it was Lady Li's, while others said it was the Demon Kingdom's queen. No one knew when it started, but there were rumors that the child was Lord Li's and His Majesty's. In the past, the commoners naturally did not dare to talk about His Majesty. However, after the self-discipline law was reformed, the Great Zhou no longer convicted people based on words. The commoners' topics of conversation became bolder and bolder. At a temporary tea stall on the street, the waiters selling tea whispered to the customers, "Hey, have you heard? Lord Li and His Majesty gave birth to a daughter." One of the customers heard this and said happily, "Is that true?" The waiter was stunned and asked in surprise, "This is something that goes against ethics. Why do you seem so happy?" The customer said without hesitation, "Of course. Like father, like son. The child of Lord Li and His Majesty will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. If she can inherit His Majesty's position, our children and grandchildren will also be able to live good lives." When the customers heard this, they all responded in unison. "Is that true? There's such a good thing. If it's true, then that's great. This is the best news I've heard this year." No, in the past few years, the waiter at the tea stall looked at the crowd in a daze. He had thought that this matter would be criticized and discussed by the common people. He had never imagined that the common people would actually have such a reaction. It was as if they were happier than if they had given birth to a child themselves. Li Mu had also heard the rumors circulating in the marketplace. The common people usually did not have the guts to criticize the Empress. There had to be someone pushing this matter behind the scenes. As for who was pushing it, Li Mu did not need to think to know. It was either the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. Their goal was undoubtedly to use the pressure of public opinion to cut off the possibility of the Empress passing the throne to someone else in advance. Unexpectedly, the common people's support for the coupling of Li Mu and the Empress was so high. In just 2 days, there were already many people calling for the Empress to make him Empress. The person behind the scenes had gone for wool and come home shorn. More importantly, with the Empress's bearing, no one knew the consequences of offending her better than Li Mu. He walked into Changle Palace and saw that the Empress's expression was extremely ugly. Zhou Yi saw Li Mu walk in and said in a low voice, "I've changed my mind." Li Mu was puzzled. "Changed your mind about what?" Zhou Yi said coldly, "I don't want to give that imperial aura to the Shao clan anymore." Li Mu said in a daze, "Your Majesty wants to pass it to the Zhou clan?" Zhou Yi said, "No." Li Mu thought for a moment and said in astonishment, "Could it be that Your Majesty really wants to give birth to a child?" Before Zhou Yi could speak, Zhongling, who was in Li Mu's arms, clapped her hands and said happily, "Good, good, I already have a younger brother or sister to play with me. Father, mother, you can have another one." Chapter 504. Li Mu looked at the innocent Zhongling and explained, "Ling, be a good girl. Don't mess around. Father and mother gave birth to you differently from giving birth to a younger brother or sister." The little girl blinked curiously and asked, "What's the difference?" Perhaps she was envious of other children who had siblings to accompany them, but how was Li Mu supposed to explain to her that she was actually born from heaven and earth and not the product of his and the Empress's hard work? Zhongling's intelligence grew very quickly, but she obviously couldn't understand this. Li Mu and the Empress looked at each other. Li Mu looked embarrassed. The Empress held Zhongling's face and smiled. "Ling, don't worry. You will have a younger brother or sister in the future." After receiving the Empress's promise, Zhongling happily ran off to play. In Changle Palace, Li Mu saw the Empress looking at him. He said decisively, "Your Majesty, please give up on this idea. My wife and I have no plans to have children. Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing would be busy with political affairs in the next few years. Even if they had children, they wouldn't have much time to accompany them. This wasn't good for the child's growth, so they planned to have another child in a few years." Zhongling's appearance was at most an accident. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu indifferently. Ling is my daughter. Why should another woman give birth to her younger brother or sister? Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, Does your Majesty want to have one yourself? Zhou Yi asked, Are you willing to watch as the world that you and I worked so hard to build is given to someone else? Li Mu didn't hesitate and said decisively, no. He had spent a lot of effort to build the great Zhou to what it was today. How could he be willing to give it to someone else? Everyone in Shendu knew what kind of people the Shao clan was. If this world fell into their hands again, the foundation that Li Mu had built for the Empress over the past few years would be completely destroyed by them. The geographical location of Great Zhou wasn't considered good. To the east were the water tribes, to the south were the various countries with evil intentions, to the west was Yidu with evil intentions, and to the north was the demon country eyeing them covetously. There were threats in all directions, and once Great Zhou was defeated to a certain extent, the four barbarians would definitely rise up and attack. This was also an important reason why the central dynasty of Zhou province never lasted long. There were strong enemies spying on all sides. Once there were 3 generations of incapable rulers, the neighbors would not give the central imperial court a chance. When external pressure began to be exerted, the already loose internal structure would be easily crushed. The key question was, if the Empress wanted to have a child herself, how would she do it, and with whom? Considering the voices of the masses, this candidate would naturally be Li Mu. However, this wasn't in Li Mu's life plans. Zhou Yi looked at him and said, The Great Zhou being where it is today is mostly due to your efforts. Who the Emperor's aura is given to is not only my business, but also yours. Li Mu didn't know what she was thinking, so he could only say, Your subject will listen to everything your Majesty says. Zhou Yi thought deeply for a moment and said, I plan to give it to our child. Li Mu shook his head and said, Your Majesty also knows about Ling's identity. Not only the court officials, but even the people won't be able to accept that the Emperor of Great Zhou isn't human. This will cause the Great Zhou to lose the foundation of the people's hearts. Although Li Mu thought that he had gained the recognition of the people, it didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted in Great Zhou. This was a place that had been ruled by humans since ancient times. It was absolutely impossible for a foreign race to rule over it. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, I'm not talking about Ling-er. Li Mu was even more confused and asked, Other than Ling-er, do we have other children? Zhou Yi said, Not now, but that doesn't mean we won't have any in the future. Li Mu stared at the Empress in a daze, hundreds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Was this a hint? No, this was no longer a hint. This was a blatant declaration, and it couldn't even be considered a declaration. This was a confession. The Empress finally couldn't help but reveal her feelings to him. Zhou Yi continued, As long as we take your bloodline and merge it with mine, we can have a child with both of our bloodlines. This way, I won't have to pass the throne to an outsider, and Ling-er will have a younger brother or sister. Li Mu suddenly understood and said, So that's what your Majesty means. Zhou Yi looked at him and asked in return, What do you think it means? Do you want to be my Empress? Li Mu didn't obey the Empress this time. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I can't accept this method. I hope that my child will be like all the other children in the world, born from his mother's 10 months of pregnancy, and not through this method. If he asks us the same question as Ling-er in the future, how should we answer? Zhou Yi's chest heaved up and down. After taking a deep breath, she said, You're blaming me. Do you think I don't want to? If you appeared earlier, if you were more determined and not fascinated by other people's beauty, how could things be like this? She flung her sleeves and said angrily, Mei Wei, Ali, accompany me to the Imperial Garden to relax. Mr. Mei and Shang Wanli had just walked in with Zhongling when they walked out with the Empress. The little girl walked to Li Mu's side and tugged at his sleeve. She whispered, Father, Mother is angry. Go and comfort her. Li Mu could hear the strong resentment in the Empress's words. But everything had to be first come, first served. If he was late, he would be late forever. If he had met the Empress first, then he would have been second only to one person in the Great Zhou. He would have been the father of the world and respected by all the people. But he had met Lu Hanyan and Li Qing first, so he was destined to be unable to enter the harem. If Li Mu was given another chance, he still wouldn't change his choice. He squatted down and held the little girl's face. He said, "Your mother is still angry with me. Go and comfort her for me." Zhongling nodded seriously and chased in the direction of the imperial garden. The court had just ended, but Li Mu had no interest in going to the secretariat. After walking out of Changle Palace, he left the palace directly. However, just as he walked out of the palace gate, a figure blocked his way. Li Mu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and raised his eyebrows. He asked, "Your Highness King Ping, what's the matter?" King Ping glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. No matter what the surname of the great Zhou's royal family is, it won't be Li." Li Mu looked at King Ping and asked, "Were you the ones who spread the rumors in Fairy's capital?" King Ping didn't answer directly. He said coldly, "Stealing the country won't happen a second time in the Great Zhou. If the Shao family behaved themselves, the Empress would still belong to them when the Emperor's qi condensed in 10 years or 5 years. They would win the many years of battle with the Zhou family without a fight. However, the premise was that they didn't provoke the Empress." Li Mu sighed softly. He looked at King Ping and asked, "Do you know how pigs die?" King Ping frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Mu couldn't be bothered to answer him and left directly. Although King Ping didn't like Li Mu, it was undeniable that he was very resourceful. This kind of person wouldn't throw such a question at him for no reason. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. One person's ability was limited. For this reason, he gathered the core members of the Shao family and discussed it together. Did Li Mu say this? There's no head or tail. How do we explain it? The word pig is definitely not as simple as it seems. Is there a reference? Is he secretly cursing the Shao family? He must know that we were the ones who secretly incited the rumors about him and the Empress. While they were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded from the corner. King Shou stood up and asked in disbelief, "You guys spread rumors about Li Mu and Her Majesty in the streets. This kind of thing can't be hidden from Her Majesty." King Ping said, "So what if she knows?" This was meant for him and the Empress to hear. They're neither emperors nor subjects. Aren't they afraid of being criticized by the world? If they really give birth to a child, the Great Zhou will be laughed at for thousands of years. King Ding said regretfully, "It's a pity that those ignorant people are mostly in favor of this." King Shou sat back down and covered his face with both hands. He didn't know what to say. After a long while, his voice came from between his fingers. If there's an answer to this question, then the pigs must have died of stupidity. They were so stupid that they threw away the cooked duck. King Ping frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" King Shou leaned back in his chair and said tiredly, "It's obvious that the Empress has no intention of taking the throne. Since she took the throne, she put Li Mu in an important position to fend off foreign forces and unite the people. She planned to leave as soon as possible after condensing the Emperor's qi. She allowed the 3 uncles to stay in the ancestral temple because she wanted to return the throne to the Shao family. Why do you have to do it again? What do you know?" King Ping glared at him and said, "The Zhou family spent hundreds of years to successfully steal the country. How can she return the throne so easily? I think she wants to give birth to a child herself and change the surname of the great Zhou's royal family. If she really wanted to pass the throne to the Shao family, she wouldn't change her mind because of such a small matter. That depends on whether Her Majesty is generous or petty. It's very possible that the throne that originally belonged to the Shao family was lost because of this small matter." King Shou thought of his experience in the past month and sighed softly. He said, "Obviously, Her Majesty isn't a generous person." King Ping frowned and looked at him. "You're not her. How do you know what she's thinking?" King Shou covered his face again and said, "I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense. You guys continue, I'll take my leave first." He stood up and walked to the door. His footsteps paused as he said, "Get someone to tidy up the 3 royal uncles' residences. I guess they should be back soon." Not long after King Shou left King Ping's residence, 3 elders descended from the sky. Everyone walked out of the room. King Ping was shocked. Royal uncles, weren't you guarding the ancestral shrine? Why did you come out? The three elders' faces were gloomy. The elder in the middle said, that woman chased us out. She's really coveting the emperor's energy. King Ping stood on the spot in a daze. His face was full of regret as he muttered, he guessed it right. The elder asked, guessed what? King Ping's face was solemn. He shook his head and said, nothing. Royal uncles, what should we do now? King Ping naturally could not hide such a big matter. The three elders soon found out the reason why they were chased out of the ancestral shrine. The three of them could be heard cursing from King Ping's residence. I'm so pissed. You've messed this up. You're as stupid as a pig. You should apologize to the previous kings. Li Mu's residence. When Li Mu stepped into the house, Lu Hanyan asked in surprise, why have you been coming back so early these few days? In the past, Li Mu was willing to work for the Empress no matter how hard or tiring it was. However, these few days, he was working for the future Shao clan. Li Mu was naturally not as motivated. He took out the 2 bouquets of flowers he bought on the street from his back. He passed one to Lu Hanyan and the other to Li Qing. He smiled and said, nothing is more important than accompanying you two. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have returned to the sect a long time ago. Although the reason why the peak masters could advance to the 6th realm so early was related to their talent and the sect's resources, the most important thing was still their hard work in cultivation. Li Mu used all kinds of excuses to force them to stay. He could not let them stay at home while he stayed in the palace all day. He held the 2 girls' hands and said, I'll take a long leave from Her Majesty later. I won't go out every day. Although the 2 girls were happy to hear this, Lu Hanyan, who liked to let her imagination run wild, thought of a fact. She couldn't help but become melancholic again. She said melancholically, although we can be together now, in 100 years, whether it's me, Sister Qing, Xiao Bai, or Wan Wan, we won't be able to accompany you anymore. Why don't you find someone who is more powerful and talented than us, someone who can accompany you for the rest of your life? Women were really strange creatures. She was clearly only in her 20s, in the most beautiful years of her life, but in her heart, she was thinking about things 100 years later. Li Mu pretended to be thinking. After thinking for a long time, he said, why do I have to find someone who is more powerful and talented than you two? When the time comes, I can still choose a young and beautiful girl who is 17 or 18 years old. Lu Hanyan was stunned. Then, her slender hand rested on Li Mu's waist. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'll let you be young and beautiful, I'll let you be young and beautiful. Li Mu held her restless hand and said, if I don't find someone young and beautiful, in such a short time, where do you want me to find someone who is more powerful and talented than you two, and who is also willing to be with me? In the courtyard of the Li residence, there was a fluctuation in the space. Zhou Yi appeared with Zhongling in her arms. She put Zhongling down and prepared to return to the palace. She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her. She asked faintly, why are you all looking at me? Lu Hanyan stood up and said, Your Majesty is here to send Ling off. Zhou Yi nodded slightly and said, I'll leave Ling to you. I'm going back to the palace. Lu Hanyan looked at her and suddenly said, it's almost time to eat. Your Majesty, eat with us before you leave. Ling should want you to stay. Zhongling was stunned for a moment. Then, she hugged Zhou Yi's leg and said happily, Mother, stay for dinner. Aunt May and Aunt Li will come too. Although the Empress might not listen to Lu Hanyan, she would fulfill all of her daughter's wishes. Therefore, not only did she stay, but she also asked Shangguan Li and Mr. May to come as well. When it was time to eat, Lu Hanyan took the initiative to pick up a piece of fish for the Empress. She smiled and said, Your Majesty, try this. I made it myself. Li Mu almost had a fish bone stuck in his throat. When Lu Hanyan and the Empress appeared together, the atmosphere was extremely cold. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like falling into an ice cave. Lu Hanyan actually took the initiative to pick up food for the Empress. Li Mu's first reaction was that Lu Hanyan was crazy. In the face of Lu Hanyan's kindness, Zhou Yi quickly responded. She tasted a piece of fish and said, "When I first met you, I only knew that your zither skills were unparalleled. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good as well. You're almost as good as the chefs in the palace." Mr. Mei and Shang Wanli looked at each other. Shang Wanli remembered very clearly that when the Empress was still the crown princess, the three of them went to listen to Lu Hanyan play. Shang Wanli praised her zither skills, and the Empress's comment was, "It's just a so-so." Lu Hanyan also said, "When I first met you, Your Majesty, I was amazed that there was such a beauty in the immortal's capital. It made me feel ashamed of myself." Wan Wan, who was eating with her head down, looked up at Shang Wanli and quickly lowered her head again. If she remembered correctly, when she praised that sister's beauty, Shang Wanli said, "It's just a so-so." Lu Hanyan and the Empress actually started praising each other. Li Mu saw this and his chopsticks fell to the ground. He pinched his thigh hard. The intense pain told him that this was not a dream.